Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for taking part in this evening's Vista Planning Commission meeting from September 6th, 2016. Commissioner Garrettson, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Turley, can you take the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Carroll?
Here.
Chairman Kramer?
Here.
Commissioner Bell?
Here.
Commissioner Garrettson?
Here.
Commissioner Jackal?
Here.
Commissioner Rosler?
Here.
Commissioner Looney?
Yes.
Thank you. All present.
Thank you. Commissioners, in front of you are the copy of the minutes from our August 16th, 2016 meeting. Are there any changes that need to be made to the minutes? Or if not, can we have a motion to approve? Commissioner Jackal?
I move approval of the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Commissioner Carroll?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Please vote. Please let the minutes show that the minutes from the last meeting are approved as they're written, with the exception of Commissioner Rosler abstains. Thank you. All right. Ms. Chow, are there any agenda changes for this evening's meeting?
Good evening, Chairman Kramer. No changes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have one speaker slip from Michael Mcsweeney that is for public comment, so I'm assuming that's to speak on something that is not on this evening's agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
I'm Michael Mcsweeney, Senior Public Policy Advisor for the Building Industry Association. And the reason I chose to come to tonight's meeting was because you're going to be talking about two projects, which I'm not talking about. But what I wanted to talk about was the need for housing, not just in our region, but in Vista. Right now, you have approximately a 2% vacancy rate. The problem that we've got region-wide is supply and demand, and you kicked all the senior students out of the room, but I wanted to use them to illustrate the point that 6 years from now, those folks will be out of college, hopefully, and looking to live on their own. Where are they going to live? It's supply and demand. Supply has been constrained for over a decade, and when supply is constrained, the prices go up. People can't afford rent. People can't afford to buy a house. Housing pays for road improvements, parks, public safety, and infrastructure. I know that there are a number of people sitting in the audience behind me that are frustrated over the traffic concerns. New development pays its fair share for both infrastructure and road improvements. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me, if the road improvements haven't been built, ask yourself the question why, because the developers have been paying into those funds for their projects over the last number of years. Is it a reason because there's not enough money in the till, and therefore you should have more development so you've got that money to build the road improvements? Or is it because the city hasn't gotten around to getting those out for public review and bids? Finally, I wanted to remind you, I've mentioned it before, if you haven't read this is a study done by Point Loma Nazarene University that addresses, part of the reason of the cost of housing is the cost of the government process. Region-wide, it's approximately 40% of the price of a new dwelling unit is related to the cost of the government process. It's fees, it's the time it takes. So wherever your city can look to compress time frames, do things more efficiently, the end result is more affordable housing for everybody. And finally, I sit on my planning group out in my neighborhood, have on and off since 1995. And it's easy to placate those that oppose new development because they already have theirs and they've lived there for a long time and they don't want any change. But I want you to think about the future, because 6 years from now, I'd like to see those seniors being part of the community. They'll have their first job. They'll hopefully have their first apartment, and they won't be living in their bedroom in the house they grew up in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. On this evening's agenda, we've got 3 items: a public hearing, an early design review, and another public hearing that's changing some development code. We've got a lot of people here this evening. We have a lot of speaker slips. We are going to have the timer on, so you'll be allotted to 3 minutes. Would appreciate it that we have no clapping, yelling. Use your voice. Fill out a speaker slip. Tell us what you think. But when you do come to the podium to speak, because we've got so many speaker slip and we appreciate them, all of them. But if you have nothing more to add that has already been said, then just simply register, I'm in favor, I'm in opposition, and be very much appreciated. So with that said, we will give it a start. Ms. Chow, public hearing PH1 P160088, Vista Village, Creekside, Pathfinder, Silvergate, Creekside, please.
Good evening, Chairman Kramer, Planning Commissioners. I'm Patsy Chow, City Planner and Deputy Director of Community Development Department. I'm here this evening to present this first public hearing item as identified by Chairman Kramer as a site development plan for Vista Village, Creekside. The particular site development plan would allow for development of 41 apartment units on a 1.47 acre parcel at a density of approximately 28 dwelling units per acre. There would be associated parking areas, drainage improvements, wet and dry utilities, associated infrastructure, private common driveways, a clubhouse, common open space, and private yard areas, all included as part of the project. There would also be recreation amenities in the form of outdoor living room, a community grill, outdoor dining area, park overlook lounge areas, fire pit, park view patios, a bocce ball court, and several wood decks that we provided over the bioretention basins that would be additional added seating areas throughout the project site. This is an aerial photo of existing uses surrounding the project site. The commercial uses to the northeast, part of Vista Village Center. Vista Village Drive, the north side of it, comprised of commercial uses as well. To the east and the southeast, and further to the south, residential uses in the form of single-family, duplexes, and some multifamily units. Just to abutting the project site just immediately to the north, as we all know, as Creek Walk Park, and just across the driveway to the north, Wavewater Park. The site is zoned West Gateway District of the Downtown Specific Planning Area, which is identified for 40 dwelling units per acre. The general plan designation is mixed use, which is also at 40 dwelling units per acre, so both zone and the land use designation in the general plan are consistent with each other as it is today. Some views from the private driveways at Vista Village, the top photo identifying the subject project site, parcels C and D, and to the right, Creek Walk Park, looking west. The bottom photo looking in the opposite direction, the subject project site on the left, across the driveway from Fraser Farms. A couple of additional views from the other side, as from Wavewater Park, looking at parcel J, which is also part of the project, crossing the pedestrian bridge, and to the left side on the top photo, parcel C and D. The bottom photo from Creek Walk Park looking straight at the project site, parcel C and D. Some photos of Creek Walk Park that I took last Friday, just identifying the creek itself, the pathways inside and throughout and around the park area. On the site plan, we identify parcel C, D on the bottom of the slide, and then J across the pedestrian bridge. The 41 apartment units identified in the light blue highlight, as well as common usable open space areas that spread throughout both parcels C and D, as well as J in its entirety. There will also be a clubhouse inside Building 2, as highlighted in orange on this slide. As part of the amended reciprocal easement agreement for Vista Village Center, Parcel B has been identified for provision of additional 20 parking spaces for the project's residents and guests. There are about approximately 52 spaces in Parcel B, but 20 of those spaces will be designated and be allowed to be permitted to be used by the residents and guests of the project. Each apartment lease will then contain provisions or restrictions advising the residents and their guests and refraining them from using common area parking spaces available to customers of retail businesses in the center. So if the residents or guests end up violating these parking restrictions, they will be subject to fines and subject to towing. So talking a little bit about the general plan and development standards, the general plan, as I mentioned earlier, is identified as a mixed-use land use at 40 dwelling units per acre, which would allow 59 total dwelling units on the site. They are proposing 41, so under the maximum allowed at 28 dwelling units per acre. The downtown specific plan in the Gateway District, also 40 dwelling units per acre, allows a maximum building height of 60 feet. The tallest building in the project is 35 feet 9 inches. There will be one two-story building and three three-story buildings. The setbacks for the project is a 5-foot front yard and a 15-foot rear yard, and currently the project meets both of these standards. As far as parking is concerned, there will be a total of required 66 spaces. The project is providing 67, and also there will be plus the additional 20 spaces on Parcel B per the amended REA. The open space requirements is at 8,200 square feet required for this project site, where 31,000 approximately square feet is being provided in the form of shared outdoor areas and courtyard areas. The private open space requirement for the project is such that 25% of 8,200 square feet will have to be provided. They are showing a total of 37% provided in the form of private patio yard areas. And last but not least, landscaping. The requirement is 5% of the lot size being required as being landscaped. The project is providing 19% being landscaped. So as far as park access, which was an item of concern and discussion at the January early design review meeting on this, while it is true that the center area between Parcel C and D will be gated off to restrict public access into the private amenities for the project, and therefore will not allow the public to go down the existing steps towards the park. The project will be providing the improvements as far as the new sidewalks along the private driveway across from Fraser Farms that will lead into the existing pedestrian bridge and down into the existing access bridges crossing the creek walk. And as well as the other side as you're heading towards Wave Water Park, the same approach with the existing sidewalks or proposed sidewalks would occur there through the stairs that are east of Building 4. And if somebody's coming from Wave Water Park, they would also be able to cross the private driveway and lead down the path that is existing right now, or both paths that are existing, and just follow the existing paths throughout Creek Walk Park. One of the other items that was brought up was the bulk and scale of the buildings and the amount of shadow that will be created after developing the buildings, and how much that would be the impact over the creek walk in the park area. So the applicant went back and did some shadow studies during different times of the year, during the March and September equinox, and then the summer and winter solstice. And in comparison, it's good to point out, as far as what the existing conditions are with the retaining wall, which is all the way to the right on this slide, which shows what is the effect with the retaining wall as it exists right now during winter solstice at 8 a.m. in the morning. So if you were to look at that and compare to the other times that were analyzed, the one time that it does where the shadow is greater, a cast shadow over the Creek Walk Park, is during winter solstice in the morning hours. But other than that, most of the other times are pretty comparable, if not the same or less than currently what it is with the retaining wall. So we thought that would be important to point that out as part of what the studies that the architect did on this. So we also have some cross-sections, a couple of them showing the north and south direction, and then the east-west direction BB here at the bottom of the screen, and it's really to show the what is going on in relationship to the Wave Water Park, as well as Fraser Farms, as well as the houses up on Eddy Drive, which are much higher elevation than the project. So I guess if one is standing, for instance, on Eddy Drive and you're comparing the roof lines, you are not, completely above or not below that, but also kind of similarly in terms of the elevation, looking out towards the project site. And if you're to look at the Fraser Farms, the roof elevation there, there is a transition with the 2-story building into the project site that leads into the 3-story buildings as you get closer to Creek Walk Park. In terms of the landscaping plan, as I mentioned before, the requirement is 5%. They're providing 19% of the site as being landscaped according to Downtown Vista specific plan. And they're using native as well as non-native plant materials that will require low and moderate water use according to our landscape ordinance. I just highlighted in yellow on that top insert is the reinstatement of the bocce ball court. At some point it had been given for allowing the detention and some wood decks, but it's been reinstated and was something that the planning commissioners liked to see that when we had the early design review, so it's back in the project site. Proposed floor plans, there are 4 buildings as mentioned. Building 1 contains 16 units, 2 contains 3 units, and that also contains the clubhouse. Buildings 3 and 4 are similar in kind of a mirror image of each other, if you will, and each one has 11 units. I know the scale is quite small and you can't see all the details, but it's a combination of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom apartments with washer and dryer hookups as required by the design guidelines. As far as the elevations or architectural elevations, again, Building 1 containing the 16 units on the left side of the screen, Buildings 3 and 4, the 11 units each, Building 2, which is the 3 units plus the clubhouse, at a maximum height of 35 or approximately 36 feet or below 36 feet in height. This is a contemporary style of architecture. The same architect who worked on Vista Village Center is the same architect working on this project, and therefore you're going to see the elements that are inspired from Buena Vista Creek and Vista Village Center being replicated here in the form of the cement plaster, the siding exterior finishes. You have the use of sand and cedar colors, balconies, decorative guardrails, and the foam-shaped cornices that replicate that Water Creek movement that you see at Vista Village. There are also other design elements, wood trellises, heavy timber for deck supports and the carports, as well as the use of standing seam metal roofing with the exposed rafter tails. As far as environmental review is concerned, the project is covered by the program EIR that was put together in 2009 and certified in 2010, and is also covered by the addendum number 1 to the PEIR that was prepared for Downtown Vista specific plan update in 2015. On top of that, the project also qualifies for an infield exemption according to state SECO guidelines, section 15332, and in that it meets the following 5 conditions for the exemption. First is that it is consistent with the applicable designations and policies of the general plan and the zoning ordinance. It would be developed with the city limits on a site that is no more than 5 acres, that is substantially surrounded by urban uses. 3 is that the project site does not contain any habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. And the approval of the project would not result in a significant effect related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality as specifically described in the staff report in more detail. And the site also is adequately served by all required public utilities and services. Staff has added conditions of approval to this project with regards to noise, air quality, water quality, bioresources, climate change, hazardous materials, and public services that all are based on what the program EIR says for Downtown Vista specific plan. So they're embedded into the project as part of the conditions of approval. I thought it would be important to go back to the early design review meeting, just hopefully a quick recap as to what was discussed in that meeting on January 5th, 2016. Some of the comments that were raised, starting with the fact that the building setback for Building 1 appeared not to be meeting the requirements of our code. The required setback on the rear is 15 feet, and half of which can be met on the park itself, and half of it can be met on site. So it does, in fact, meet the Development Code Section 1858-390. As far as the reciprocal easement agreement related to parking, as mentioned previously, there will be the additional 20 spaces on Parcel B. And also the multifamily used has been identified now as part of the amended REA so that it accounts for the fact that to be developed as multifamily housing. A concern or a comment was brought up as far as having a parking management plan prior to occupancy of any building. So that has been added as a condition of approval for this project. The question came up about parking spaces for handicap accessible parking spaces being counted as part of the overall required parking. Yes, that is true. So therefore, the proposed 4 accessible parking spaces are included or part of the required 66 spaces, which is normally how we treat all private developments. Another point was the fact of the change from a commercial restaurant use to multifamily residential for these pads, and mainly done in response to the fact that there's been a lack of interest in developing the sites for restaurant use, and partially because of, again, the lack of visibility from Vista Village Drive that is so crucial, as we all know it, for restaurant development and commercial development success. Trash enclosure appeared to be facing the sidewalks, so there was some issues with the design. There are 2 trash enclosures being proposed now that are facing internal project driveways for ease of access by EDCO. The patio doors for each of the ground floor units are now opening into the unit versus opening out in order to allow more usable patio space. The architect has provided details for the covered parking canopies that are now part of the plans. And the last point was in regards to access and the fact that whether staff had considered what are the implications from trying to introduce a private development that surrounds a public park, and again, the concern about accessibility to park. As mentioned previously, the site has been left undeveloped for quite a number of years, more than 10 years, or actually close to 13 years, awaiting potential development to help complete this part of Vista Village. Unfortunately, because partially attributed to the lack of visibility for restaurant use, obviously the multifamily development opportunity came up, and in our eyes and the staff's eyes, it would help address this remaining portion of Vista Village to help bring residents that eventually will become users, obviously, not only of the established commercial uses in the center, but also future uses of the park. And while it is true, as I mentioned before, that the center area between parcel C and D would be gated off for limiting the public access into the private amenities, there are other access points that would remain open and that currently exist today and would remain open to the public. As far as public policy consideration related to the general plan, the downtown specific plan, and design guidelines, again, the proposed density at 28 dwelling units per acre is below the 40 dwelling units per acre permitted by the general plan and the downtown specific plan. And the project, as I went over before, the requirements for the downtown specific plan meets those development standards, as well as the design guidelines for multifamily projects. When thinking and talking about amenities, the number of amenities that are being provided, the washer and dryer hookups, gated entries for safety, outdoor open areas, and all the different, the variety of architectural elements that are being introduced as part of the project. With that, staff's recommendation is to recommend approval of the site development plan for the 41 units on the 1.47 acre site. And I do have a couple of revisions at the bottom of the slide, which has to do with the reinstatement of the bocce ball court. So there are a couple of revised sheets for the landscape color plan in sheet L12. The other revision that I wanted to mention is I've added a condition which has to do with crime-free multifamily housing. The City Council approved on August 9, 2016, the introduction of crime-free multifamily housing program, which is now will be found under Chapter 9.40. So all multifamily projects will have this condition applied to them. So this is introduced for this project as well. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant also has a presentation that they would like to go through, but depending on the pleasure of the Planning Commission, if you would like to ask me questions first, or maybe you want to have the applicant make their presentation, it is your decision. Thank you.
My opinion would be to let the applicant do his presentation because they may answer the questions that the planning commissioners have. We're going to do that.
Good evening, commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Jim Reynolds. I'm a principal at Silvergate, the developer of the project. Last we were here in January, and we heard your questions, and I think we answered most all of those questions in the redesign that we did in the project. And it's a better project because of that. And so we're here tonight to ask for your approval of the project. So again, I'm Jim Reynolds, the developer. Silvergate's the developer. Our partner is Pathfinder Partners. The architect is Benson and Bowles. Benson and Bowles is the original architect of not only the park but the entire project. Landscape and I'll introduce Richard Benson later on in the program. Landscape architect is Land Lab. The civil engineer is Michael Baker, same engineer that did the project in the first place. I just want to step back a minute and talk about the general plan and the specific plan. And the general plan here was implemented to promote sustainable growth and development. And the objectives were to promote development near public transportation, to reduce traffic, encourage walkability to shopping and recreation activities. As required by the state housing element law, which we'll talk a little bit about later, it illustrates how Vista plans to meet the existing projected housing needs in the housing element. State law requires that Vista does its share of housing over the next 20 years. And it also identifies how these housing needs will be accommodated in the land use and community identity element. Just a quick, this is where the project is. It's the X right there. It's on the park. I think everybody knows where it is, but I just thought I'd show it to you in the community plan. This is from the community general plan, and it's a quote from the specific plan. Plan for the anticipated housing growth based on the principles of smart growth and sustainability by directing it to areas of the city that are near local serving commercial businesses, transit routes, parklands, and trails. Certainly that's what this project is. The specific plan is based on the principles of smart growth and transit-oriented development. The intent is to promote a livable, lively, walkable, mixed-use downtown environment within proximity of nearby rail and bus. This project has all of those things. This is a quote from the community plan and the specific plan, which was written here just recently, 2015, with a lot of input from you. So, the Vista Creekside embodies the general and specific plan goals. It provides new housing and a mixed-use opportunity area downtown Vista. Low-density building design reduces the parking needs, achieves all the parking requirements on site. Walkable community activates and improves the existing park. Presently, the park isn't used as much as it should be. With 41 new households there, it will be. Transportation options encourage car-light living. If you live next to the grocery store, you don't get in your car. You walk across the street. If you need office supplies and you need to go to Staples, you walk to Staples. If you want to go out to dinner, you go out to dinner and you walk down the street. That's what car-light living is. It avoids urban sprawl. It strengthens demand for surrounding retail. Everybody will improve their sales by having 41 families live in the neighborhood. It provides a strong sense of place. Work, live, everything. High housing demand, yet a surplus of vacant restaurant space. The occupancy in Vista right now is 97%. And we don't see it changing. It's going to not get any better. And presently, there's 3 vacant spaces totaling 7,600 square at the Vista Center. So there's a demand for the residential, not so much for the restaurants. As I'm going to repeat this a little bit, but having homeownership in San Diego County is unaffordable for over 70% of the households. This includes teachers, firemen, first responders, military personnel, and civil servants, and yes, your children, which was brought up earlier. The county needs to produce nearly 162,000 units from 2010 to 2020. The City of Vista is required to provide its allocated share of the regional housing needs under the state housing element law. So, and I think the general plan and the specific plan is doing a pretty good job of doing that. So, multifamily development helps provide the answer to the San Diego's housing shortage. It's not all going to be for sale housing. A little bit on the site background. The site background, as I mentioned before by Patsy, there's 3 residential pads, 3 restaurant pads there. It failed to lease because of poor visibility and its distance from the Vista Village Drive. The pads have been vacant for over a decade, almost 13 years now, and despite several really hard attempts by the city to market the property. And I think this is really important, the next site. This site is originally owned by the Vista Redevelopment Agency. Upon the state dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, the site went to the successor agency. And the state law demanded that the successor agency sell the site. The city didn't own the site. It was owned by the redevelopment agency, which was eliminated by Jerry Brown, and the state law required it be sold. The sale price was approved by the successor agency, which included part of the city council, to us, and also received the approval from the state of California. The state of California receives the funds, 85%, I believe, of the funds for the sale of this property. So I think there's some misunderstanding in the audience out here that this is a city-owned piece. It's not. So again, we're proposing the 41 market rate multifamily project, conforming with the general plan, the specific plan, and provides market rate housing near the public transportation, walkable to all the retail and transportation. Meets the city parking requirements with 67 spaces on site, plus 20 additional spaces in the adjacent parking lot. This is just a picture of what it was designed originally as 3 restaurants there on the pad. This is what the site looks like 13 years later. It's a vacant pad, the Dust Bowl kind of thing. It's not good right now. And this is what it will look like, and we'll talk about the project a little later in the presentation. So I'm harping on the parking again, but project completely satisfies parking requirements on site with 67 spaces. The specific plan requires 55 resident spaces plus 11 visitor spaces. Patsy had covered this before, but I'm telling you again. Project also has access to 20 additional off-site spaces away from the existing retail parking. The restaurants would have required 113 off-site spaces per the original reciprocal easement agreement. Multifamily effectively frees 93 of the off-site spaces. I think there will be some in here that say, well, compared to a dirt lot, we'll increase traffic. The project was not designed as a dirt lot. It was always designed as restaurants. And now we will be reducing the parking requirements by putting multifamily in there. So the amended reciprocal easement permits apartment development. The amended reciprocal agreement, subject to the recording, permits the development of 41 apartment units. Creekside Apartments have agreed to a multi-step plan to ensure no adverse parking impact on the adjacent businesses. We work closely with DDR, owner of the Fraser Farms parcel and the rest of the shopping center, to develop a new parking management plan and construction logistics plan. The new parking management plan alleviates parking concerns. Parking on the apartment property is reserved for residents and guests. Additional 20 spaces, which I talked about before. Signage will direct apartment residents and guests to designated parking areas. Leases will restrict guests from using common area parking spaces. Residents who violate parking restrictions will be subject to towing and fines. And to the right there in the red is the parking where the 20 spots are. You can see this is a way away from any existing retail. So, with that, just a minute, the traffic parking conclusions are supported by an independent study. Vista Creekside will generate 246 average daily trips and require 66 parking places. Restaurants would generate 1,192 average daily trips, 3.85 times more than the residential would. Multifamily has much lower traffic parking impact than restaurants. Substantially reduces traffic and parking compared to restaurants, uses an estimated 64 fewer parking spaces. I said that already. Completely satisfies the parking requirements on site. We said that already. A comprehensive parking management plan supported by neighboring landowners avoids any adverse impact on adjacent businesses. Residents will walk to nearby businesses in Vista, benefiting both residents and neighbors. And I would like Morgan Erickson from DDR just to come up, and who is the owner of the shopping center and also the land under the store, and come up and talk just for a minute.
Thanks. Good evening. My name is Morgan Erickson. I'm property manager for DDR. I'm here to express my support for this project. I've been managing this property for the past 7 months, and I'm confident that the parking plan that they've put together, along with active management, enforcement, lease language that they've discussed, will allay any of the concerns from the tenants that we have in location. This is going to be good for tenant sales. It's going to be good for the community, good for the park, and I'm available to answer any specific questions if they come up later.
Could you give your name again and your address?
Sure. Morgan Erickson, property manager, Vista Village, 2400 Harbor Boulevard, Costa Mesa, California.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that, let's talk about the creek and its status for a minute. The existing park has significantly degraded from the original intended condition. Sediment from creek flow eliminated vegetation along the banks. It's reduced the water quality and clarity and requires annual dredging and disposal. An opportunity exists to return the park to the original condition. We're working with Parian Water Systems and the city engineer to improve the creek ecosystem, and using really advanced technology. It's pretty exciting stuff, actually. The enhanced creek filtration system improves water flow and decreases sedimentation. It permits successful refoliation. As you noticed, the foliation in the creek is not there anymore. And it's there because it takes too much sediment in the water. Well, this will eliminate odors and reduce mosquitoes. We're paying 45% of that cost. DDR is paying the other 55% of it. And if I can, I'll just have from Parian, Russell Davis come up just for a minute and tell us what he's going to do in the environment there to make this better.
Russell Davis, Parian Water Systems, 445 Marine View Avenue, Suite 120, Del Mar, California. This is a system we've designed is so efficient it actually uses less electricity than your toaster oven, and we'll be reducing the electrical footprint of maintaining this creek by over 50% while eliminating mosquitoes and so on. using ozone, God's best natural oxidizer for oxygenating water and getting rid of bacteria. Can't think of a better way to clean a creek than just that. So, looking forward to it, especially seeing clear water in that creek for a change.
This picture you're looking at right now is the new north pad. It's a recreation area. So we're increasing the park by making this a recreation area. Right now it's shown as a playground. It could be anything we all want. It's a public access addition to the park. This is the view from the north pad recreation area across right from the north pad I just showed you. This is what it will look like. We'll go into that a little bit more in a couple minutes. So, public creek access improved. There's multiple public access points to the creek. New public sidewalk over the formerly vacant lot enhances pedestrian access connectivity. We'll show you what that looks like in a minute. The new recreation area and hardscape also added on the north side. More park area. Existing public pedestrian to remain with improved public access. Apartment building and new exterior lighting enhance the park's visibility and public safety. There's been issues in the park for some time. I think that we worked with DDR's security, and they're happy about us being able to put additional lighting in and have eyes on the park, which it does not have now. Seven access points into the park, and I think Richard will go over that in a little bit too. The new, really important access, I think, is the one right from Fraser Farms right over to the top to the north parcel. It goes right over the bridge. We'll talk more about that in a couple of minutes. So the benefits of the project: replaces long vacant dirt lots and high-quality market-rate apartments. Substantially reduces traffic. Parking below the levels that restaurants would generate. Provides additional customers for adjacent business in Vista Village. Residual use synergetic with retail, consistent with the general plan and the specific plan objectives. Architecture is compatible with the existing center. The mixed-use zone allows for 60-foot buildings. We're only building them 36 feet high. Mixed units allows 40 units. Acre density, we're building 28. So I'm going to introduce Richard in a minute. The key designers, Richard Benson. He prepared the original Vista master plan. He was the designer of the Vista Main Street for Fraser Farms and the pads. He's very familiar with the Vista Village specific plan and history and the intent of the whole thing. The Creekside architectural buildings will be related to the existing center, and Richard's going to go through that now. Richard, come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners. Richard Benson.
Address, please.
3900 Fifth Avenue, San Diego, California.
Thank you.
You have the clicker?
This one. I wanted to open my presentation with the original master plan that we prepared. The reason I wanted to do that is because when this was a redevelopment project at the very, very beginning, and we first discussed the primary goal for the project almost 20 years ago now, it was to extend Main Street and create a vibrant traditional downtown. Vista Village has a lot going for it now. It has shopping, entertainment, restaurants, recreation, a park, and a transit center. But the piece that's missing and would make Vista Village a real village is to have people live there. Every Vista planning document from the general plan to the specific plan now refers to this site as an opportunity for smart growth. To clarify, smart growth is about using land that was with developed infrastructure and adjacent facilities rather than scraping hillsides and chasing off coyotes. It has nothing to do with low-income housing. This is a quality housing project in a great location, adding residential use to Vista Village will improve the vitality of the shopping center and also restore the creek. But since there are concerns, I'd like to further explain how the project relates to the creek. This view illustrates the topography of the creek gently rolling from the north down to the creek bed itself. This was part of the original design, and you can see that the buildings that were intended to be restaurants originally are elevated from the floodplain by that tall wall. The three-story buildings are set back from the wall at least 15 feet and are no taller than 26 feet, which, by the way, is the maximum height if these were developed as restaurants. The West Gateway specific plan allows 60 feet, which was said before, for residential buildings on this site. So in looking at that section, if you can imagine a building twice that tall, that's what's permitted. Having said that, the creek is primarily accessed from the north. We need to talk about how the linkages to the south work. Right now, they don't work. The handsome bridge in the center of the creek ends up in a dirt lot on both ends and is not currently an accessible path. The stair in the middle of the dirt pads was meant to lead to the restaurants is a dead end. That dead end stair was never meant to be a through connection to the big box retail center where Fraser Farms is located. In fact, a connection through the site would lead to the service area in back of Fraser Farms. The stair was intended for the use of the development at the top of the stairs. We're proposing a gate to secure the residential common area, and I'll show you how that will look later. The bridge across the creek was always intended to be the path from the wave to the retailers on the south, and we propose to improve it, and we'll show you how that works as well. It was suggested at the early design review that our project perhaps turned its back on the retail center and could be oriented to the street with the ground floor retail rather than oriented toward the creek. This diagram shows you how the big box center was developed with the parking out in front. These are destination tenants. These are not intended for strolling. And you can see in this illustration here that if that stair were to connect through, it would end up at the service area. These are views along the loop road from our project. Another reason we couldn't put buildings there is there's an easement that's along the edge of the road that has to be maintained, so we couldn't put them up to the street in any event. Whoops. This elevation is from the loop road on the north side of the loop road. And what you see is the common area in the center where the two-story building is, screening that service area that we just talked about, and flanked on either side by the buildings, the taller buildings. The Eddy Drive you see on the right-hand side, and the connection to the creek and across the creek is on the left-hand side. This view is from the creek side, and it shows the existing retaining wall that spans the entire site. We varied the massing with our buildings by actually dropping down the ends. We've eliminated the bedrooms on the ends to give you some variety to the facade, and then it dips down to 2 stories in the center, so you get some interesting variation in the facade. But you can see the wall is the low point of that, and the buildings are up above that. This elevation is the largest building. The design includes direct references to Vista Village forms and colors that we use to detail Main Street shops and the theater building. The design guidelines for the West Gateway specific plan explicitly state that new multi-story mixed-use projects should complement the style, scale, and the contemporary design character of the recently existing completed structures. Here you can see the referenced wave cornices that relate to the creek and the color and material palette that we used in the residential buildings. We're using the same stone and wood accents that we used at Fraser Farms. We will have wave railings on our balconies. The metal roof will have exposed rafter tails like the Nextel building in the center there. And it was suggested that we slightly thicken the edge of the roof, and we have done that as well. Now I'm going to run through some imagery. This it goes fast. Here we go. This is a view from the Loop Road. You see the center section there that faces the service area, and you can see how the buildings step back from the street to provide for the parking. This shows the terrace stair that was discussion topic last time, and there is going to be a fence at the top to secure that, but this was always intended to be a stair that was access to the tenant up above. Now, by the way, if you wanted to use it as a stairmaster, you can still circulate the entire stair. It's going to be open as part of the park. This view shows the sloping lawn that goes to the creek, and it's clear that the north side is the primary access to the creek. This view is from the inside of the creek, and we actually tried to show the trees accurately, but these are not as big as the sycamores that are in place, so you would probably see even less of the buildings than this particular view shows. This is a view from the bridge. As you cross the bridge, what you would see, there'll be landscaping at the end and colored trees and a pathway that leads to the right from there. This is the path on the southern side that is now just dirt. It will be connecting to the Fraser Farms. And then it makes a turn, and you turn right and go directly across to Fraser Farms. We are now looking back from Fraser Farms in front of the dining patio that's there, which is going to get a lot of use from this residential project, we think, and it's a nice connecting point. This view is of the entrance to the common area in the center of the site. Again, this faces the service area, but we've dealt with that with a acoustic stone wall that's going to be both a visual and an acoustic barrier so that the residents aren't looking at that. Whoops, one more. And this is inside, looking out, and you can see how the screen wall is effectively screening the view of the service area in the back. And the stair that leads up to it is behind us in this view. But there will be amenities such as a fire pit, seating. On the right-hand side, there's going to be a clubhouse with a common kitchen and barbecues outside. So finally, this is a view of the creek as it looked 15 years ago, and this is how the vegetation can be restored with this project. There were a lot of differing opinions held at the early design review, but we believe this project's an opportunity to finally enliven a vacant eyesore and complete Vista Village as a vibrant mixed-use center. I don't think you can find another site in Vista that better meets the goals for smart growth outlined in your general plan and in your specific plan. And so that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds, do you have more speakers?
No. This concludes our presentation.
Okay.
We want to thank you for your intent, interest, and again, we're here to ask for approval tonight. Thank you very much.
We will have questions probably for you and for staff. We'll do that now. Then we'll go into the speaker slips from the public, give you a chance again to rebut if you desire to.
Okay.
So we'll start off. Commissioner Carroll, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Chow, the parking requirement for this project is based on the mixed-use zoning. Is that right?
It is the downtown specific plan. It has its own parking requirements in there. So it's not the mixed-use zone.
Okay.
This is zoned in the downtown specific plan is the West Gateway District.
How does that relate number-wise compared to other mixed-use projects, mixed-use zoning projects?
So, for instance, at a studio, you have a requirement of 1 per unit and a 0.25 for a guest. One bedroom is the same, 1.25, and a two-bedroom is 2.25. So at the mixed use, I believe the 2 and the 3 bedrooms are actually just at 2 per unit, so you don't have that 0.25. And I believe, from my memory, studio and 1 bedroom might be just at 1.
Okay, so we're less than the mixed use, which is also less than the non-mixed use zoning high density parking requirement.
It would be equal or more counting the guest spaces compared to the mixed use, but you're right, it would be less than the general citywide for apartments.
Okay, thanks. So who owns the pedestrian bridge? Who has ownership of that bridge through the creek area?
I don't have the answer to that, but perhaps John Conley or John Meyer might have an answer on that as far as who actually owns the bridge.
Okay, so why I ask is I'm curious about the mechanism that would be in place easement-wise to ensure some type of access, if there's access in the design, to make sure that doesn't get gated off somehow in the future, and the city would have no legal easement to access the bridge they own.
The pedestrian bridge is part of the park, so I have to believe at this point that it has public access. You know, the public has access rights to go over it, and therefore it will be prevented from being gated off, if that's the concern of the commission.
Yeah, that's the concern. Let's see, I have another question somewhere. The parking management plan, I would like to see if there's any more specific information available about how this front row of parking that's directly adjacent to Fraser Farms isn't just going to end up being used by the store customers and then therefore not be available to the tenants and their guests. I don't really have a good feel for how that would be regulated.
Are we speaking of the row of parking that's immediately across from the project site on Fraser Farms?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of that not being utilized, or?
Well, it would most likely, in my mind, just be utilized by the Fraser Farms customers. Like now, they just pull up and park on the dirt lot. Mm-hmm. And I think that utilization by Fraser Farms customers would continue, mm-hmm. and that would leave the apartments short on their needed parking. So there's a parking management plan proposed, but I don't understand the mechanics of what specifically would ensure that these spaces are used only for the tenants.
Perhaps we can get a site plan on the project and showing that, or aerial photo.
It was
to clarify the location.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Reynolds' slide, and it was titled "Site View as Is." No, site view at this one.
There you go. So are we talking about these parking spaces, or actually these spaces right here, or something else?
Well, yeah, I realize that some of these pull straight in sites are a little bit around the corner from Fraser Farms, but even these few parallel spaces directly adjacent to the Fraser Farm patio area, these are going to be scooped up, by customers, not by tenants. So I'm just looking for more information on how the parking management plan would ensure that these very publicly available spaces would be reserved for the tenants.
Could I answer that?
Yes, please.
Those spaces you see which have cars in them are reserved for the retail tenants. They're not reserved for the...
Yeah, those aren't the spaces I'm talking about. I'm talking about your proposed spaces.
Our proposed spaces are all on... we park everything within the site, and we have 20 extra spaces on the piece up on the corner, up way in the back up there. I don't have my...
Copy that. I'm just talking about the spaces.
Next slide.
Next slide, John.
There we go. Okay.
Proposed spaces at your entrance.
It wouldn't matter to us because we're all parked on site.
So
I couldn't pull up and park in those spaces?
This is Rob Irving, my other partner.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Irving. I'm partner of Jim in Silvergate. My address is 4290 Sierra Vista, San Diego. The parking spaces that I believe you're referring to, which are at the bottom edge of the property shown there, they're on our property. And those spaces are all going to have signs in front of them indicating that it's apartment spaces only, and they're going to be numbered with particular apartment numbers, reserved for apartment number X.
Okay. And are the carport spaces also specifically reserved for certain units? And then
They will be, yes.
the remainder guest?
Remainder's a guest, right?
Thank you.
And since we're on the parking, the 20 extra units in the pie-shaped lot, how is that going to work? Can I park there and go to Massage Envy?
So that parking lot today, and I think that our guest from DDR could tell you, and I think that we've also talked about this in the past. In fact, commissioners have mentioned it. That lot is effectively vacant almost all the time. It will remain a common area lot. And generally, apartment users, cannot park in the common area business lots. But if someone is parking in that lot, just as a retail customer could park there, a customer, residential user from the apartments could park there.
So the 20 unit, the 20 unit lot is open for anybody.
Well, yes, there's actually, I think, approximately 55 spaces there, and those spaces we're not going to, the current plan is not to mark them off and say nobody can park there other than an apartment user. Mm-hmm. We actually believe that those spaces have really been designed as a buffer to address concerns about parking. We believe we satisfy all our parking on site. But because of concerns, we've reserved the right to use some additional spaces. And they wouldn't be marked off that would deny anyone the use there. They'd be common areas parking for our residents as well as other users in the area.
Okay, thank you.
That's the current plan, and it may evolve in connection with DDR and the other retail tenants over time.
Got it. Commissioner Garrettson, please.
Yes, if you could clarify, what is a public road and what is a private access road? Because I understand the Wave Street is the only public road there, correct?
Correct.
And so all of these are private roads.
Correct. Private driveways.
So is there a difference between the width and how it's maintained, striping, and that sort of thing? Is there any regulation on the private driveway?
Sure, there are, but you are correct. There's a distinction made between public and private in terms of the width and how it's recognized by the city as being public versus private.
Okay. One point of clarification, just what Commissioner Carroll talked about. Those 60 spots or 55 are not additional spots. They can be used by anybody now. So that's really a non-issue, is it not?
Are we speaking of parcel B and the 50 so spaces in there?
Yes.
Those are as was previously mentioned by the applicant, the 20 spaces have been identified to be used and being okay to be used by the residents and guests of the project within that area, within parcel B. And right now, it is part of Vista Village. It's basically parking that's accessible to the different owners or depending, part of the reciprocal easement agreement, I should say. And right now, the amendment agreement has specifically identified 20 spaces of those to be, again, okay to be used by the future residents and guests of the project. So they don't get in trouble if they park in there.
Another clarification, there are two bridges. One is a low bridge and one is a high bridge. Now, the city owns both bridges?
Again, I don't have a 100% answer as far as who actually. I have to believe that it is part of the city because it's part of Creek Walk Park, and therefore the public has access through those bridges to obtain access through the park itself. If that's the concern as far as them being closed off or gated and things like that.
And the dirt lot by the wave, I forget what parcel that is.
Parcel J?
That was always part of the restaurant development plan. That's not something that was added so they could have more parking in order to satisfy the parking demands. In other words, that was always part of that acquisition, right?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't have the history as far as what originally was part of the restaurants or not. We can go back to the slide which shows the original Vista Village, and we can see it on that slide if it shows parcel. Let's see here if I can go back.
Commissioner Garrettson, the three parcels were marketed as a unit. They were all part of the same restaurant pads group.
Okay. That was my understanding. I just want to make sure when people start asking questions that get clarified because I had that concern when I first saw this. So, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Jackal, please.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered. I do have one other. The project lists 2 amenities, common areas for use of the residents and tenants. I'm not seeing any place for children.
Excuse me, I believe, Mr. Reynolds, you showed us a spot that could be used as playground.
The project inside the site has a bocce ball court in that area. I think you're talking across the bridge on the parcel we were just talking about is designated as a playground.
Are we talking tot lot kind of thing?
It can be anything it wants to be.
I'm not sure. If I'm a mother, I'd like to have my little kids that far away from me. Just a thought.
Just a thought.
Is that fenced, that area?
The parcel across, no.
Yeah, Jay, no?
No.
Okay.
Everything on the parcel itself is fenced.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rossler?
Ms. Chow, in the specific plan, it says this site is within a quarter mile of the transit station, yet several of the exhibits provided on the project indicate a third of the mile. Do we know why or what the precise distance is? And that my point is that the experience that I've had is that people are lazy and they won't use the transit station if it's more than a quarter of a mile. So the third of a mile raised concerns for me. So that was the question.
Yeah, I think the plans do indicate a third of a mile. And at some point, I think there was some clarifications made, but I think it might be a third of a mile from the transit center.
All right. Then the new crime-free housing statistics and looking at the conditions of approval for the Sheriff's Department look like new conditions. Is that part of that program?
Some of these conditions are actually not new. Most of them are applicable for multifamily projects. The the crime-free multifamily housing program has a lot more specific requirements related to screening and tenants and applications and so forth, and some other safety measures. Okay. But I think at the time that the Sheriff's Department wrote these conditions, I don't think it had been adopted. The program had not been adopted by the council.
All right. And then on the parking management plan, you indicated to Commissioner Garrison that those were private roads in that portion of the project. Do we have public enforcement of the vehicle code on the private property?
Not to my knowledge,
okay.
Because of the authority as to which we can,
Okay. There's as I understand it, if it hasn't changed in the last 10 years, there's a portion of the vehicle code that allows the city to adopt a resolution and enables the city to enforce the vehicle code within private property. So something that we might want to consider. And then I like the management plan for parking. I'd like to see it expanded to include management of the entire project. So those are my comments right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Carroll?
Thank you, Chairman. I found my other question, and that's regarding the creek repair and revegetation proposal that had been brought up. Is that, I didn't see it, is it part of the project conditions to...
As part of the new filtration system and the new treatments?
Filtration and it sounded like revegetation.
Right. That is not part of the conditions of approval, as I spoke with land development staff, because it is a separate project that's being dealt with DDR, Peering, and then the other parties involved, obviously Silvergate, Pathfinder, in terms of the treatment and the payment and how to address that. So we did inquire about whether to include that as part of this project, but there was the conclusion that because of that being alone or standing alone on its own, we didn't include that specifically in addressing the conditions for the filtration system in this project.
Okay. Well, it does seem like it would be a nice benefit to the community, but without a way of ensuring an attachment for that to happen through this project, it doesn't mean much at this point.
Commissioner Carroll, if I understand correctly, there's a maintenance agreement, and 45% of the cost of that maintenance agreement will be, and it's the maintenance agreement's administered by the city, and 45% of the costs of any project would be coming in through this project, this development. So it would be contributing a 45% share to make it possible.
If they proceed with the project.
But it's within the city's control. I mean, there's some, buy-in, but it's largely within the city's control whether to proceed, assuming the cost is reasonable.
Okay.
Did I understand correctly? Is that for the filtration and everything to do with the creek, or is this the standard maintenance of all of that property, which is now known as the park?
Good evening, John Meyer. I'm the city's redevelopment and housing director. There is an existing maintenance agreement with DDR. DDR owns what's considered phases 1, 2, and 4, and that represents 66% of the maintenance obligations. When this property is developed, then they pick up the other 44%. And that they will enter into the maintenance agreement as part of their sale contract for the property.
So as part of DDR's responsibility for the existing park, should this all happen and they take over, are we going to install some cameras to keep an eye on what goes on at the park at night? I know that Silvergate has got a lot more lighting than what's currently there now. So do we have cameras that go along with that to kind of help situation, or?
Well, I think what's been discussed to this point is how to improve the creek to lessen the annual improvement costs of going in and cleaning out the creek.
But not the elements, people elements with the park, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, to address your question on cameras, we did look at that as a security measure, but if the city maintains a camera in the park for security purposes, we have to maintain that footage for a pretty extended period of time. I believe it's a couple years minimum, and so because of that, we have not entered into the realm of security cameras in the park.
So maybe it's a possibility that the project could take on that. Since
That's at their discretion.
All right, we'll bring that up. Okay. I need some guidance. Commissioners, it's 7:18. Are the students gone?
We sign the student slip.
Oh,
so.
okay. Shoot. All right.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you so very much. We don't have to worry about the students like, all of a sudden, wait a minute, where are they? We're going to start with speaker slips. The first speaker slip that I have tonight is Kate Max. And Kate is speaking in behalf of several people who voice the same opinions as she does. And I thank them, and specifically Mr. Richard Hobson, for giving up your time to allow Kate to speak and present. Kate, state your name, give your address for the record, please.
I was just checking this out to make sure.
Thank you.
My name is Kate Max. I live in Vista. I am a member of Vistans for a Livable Community. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on this issue of extreme community concern. We appreciate your willingness to volunteer to serve on the Planning Commission. You are charged with making difficult decisions of consequence, as they will affect our community for generations to come. We are here to express our opposition to the development agreement between the City of Vista and Silvergate Creekside LLC to build 41 high-density apartments on land currently owned by the city. We are deeply concerned at the lack of transparency surrounding this project and that there was no community input on the highest, best use for this piece of property. This project demonstrates a total lack of vision for this highly visible property after the failed recommendation by consultants to build restaurants on this site. This is what we are facing: high-density apartments or a beautiful, serene park in the heart of our city. We object to this project for the following reasons. These apartments will block access to the park with a gate inside the complex. These apartments will make the public view of the park private to the apartments. These apartments will allow the developer to use the public park for private gain. The bridge is being incorporated into the project, and apartments will have a view of the park, not the public. Parks are places for people to relax. These apartments would take away the serenity of our park with 3-story box-like buildings towering over public spaces. These apartments would make this public view private view for the apartment residents. This entrance would be gated. The public would have to either cross the bridge or walk half the length of the creek to get across. This will be the view for apartment residents. This is our park. Mine, theirs, and yours. Belongs to everybody. Parking is already an issue. This apartment complex would aggravate the parking shortage that already exists in the village. It would increase traffic in an already congested area. There is a choice. Perhaps this land could be used for community gathering space with a playground and a lawn. Perhaps box restaurants that don't require brick and mortar or food trucks that could park and bring in tax revenue to the city to make up for all the tax dollars being lost from the restaurants that have left town due to rent increases from DDR. Perhaps we could get creative with this space as other communities have done. Perhaps an outdoor living room or a community garden. The possibilities are there. Instead, it is being proposed the land be sold for a bargain basement price so that a developer can contribute $50,000 a year to the maintenance of the creek. This is short-sighted planning and would rob future generations of the opportunity to enjoy this park as it was intended. And for what? For a sum of money that could be found elsewhere in the budget, the maintenance cost of the creek pale in comparison to the subsidies for the Wave Water Park and Moonlight Amphitheater. We are requesting the city exercise its right to terminate this agreement with a 30-day written notice to the developer and open a community conversation about what the highest, best use of this land is for the residents that live here now and for future generations. We respectfully ask on behalf of our members that the Planning Commission, the City Council, and staff take a minute to step back, take a breath, and think about what this would do to the future of our city. This area will become so crowded, no one will want to come down to the village, which will further erode the vision that was created more than a decade ago by the city and the community. As planning commissioners, we often hear that you are only allowed to vote on whether a project checks the boxes on the form. Clearly, there has been some special exemptions provided to this project with no public input. You do have the power as planning commissioners to stop this horrid use of public land for private gain. As the Planning Commission, you have the power to recommend or not recommend this project to the Vista City Council. But a recommendation doesn't have a lot of meat to it, does it? But according to Chapter 2.48 of the Vista Municipal Code, you do have the power to do more than just recommend. Section 2.48.010 states that you have the purpose to hear and take action on certain applications. This includes site development plans. The city's mission statement from the website reads, "The city is dedicated to providing exceptional services, to improving Vista's quality of life, and enhancing the uniqueness of the Vista community." This project would not improve our quality of life. This project would not enhance the uniqueness of our community. Just the opposite. This project will injure our quality of life. This project will injure the uniqueness of our community. While I was perusing the city's website, I also found 6 core values of the city of Vista. And I think it's a good idea to remind ourselves of these as we go forward. And I'm not just talking about the commission members, I'm talking about all the people behind me too. One of those core values is respect. We need you to respect and consider the comments put forth today by the citizens of Vista and those listed on the petition, which I handed to you guys before this started. Fairness. In all fairness, you should consider other proposals and ideas for this land. Another core value is teamwork. I ask that you recognize and value the teamwork that went into the general plan and work as a team with the good citizens of Vista to determine the highest, best use of this land. 4 is integrity. Integrity is defined as the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, moral uprightness. I ask you please to have integrity and do what you feel in your gut is the right thing. Number 5 is compassion. Please have compassion for the people before you who feel so strongly in their opposition. These people who love their city and who have found that they cannot sit idle and watch it be destroyed. These people who are terrified of public speaking, but who will get up here anyway. Not me. Number 6, stewardship. This is the last one. A steward is someone who manages and looks after another person's property. As the stewards of Vista, you are responsible for our property, and it is our land. The citizens of Vista own this land. I ask that you be the best stewards, to hold yourselves to the highest of standards. As our stewards, I'm pleading that you be true stewards of our land. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Ms. Turley, could you put the timer on now? Nope. Please, use your speaker slips, use your voice. Next up, we have Terry Collins, please. Ms. Collins, state your name and give your address for the record, please.
My name is Terry Collins. I live at 1504 Green Oak Road, and I'm Vista Community Advocate. Today I wanted to tell you a little story about our beautiful city, our gem, our hidden gem here. Today is not a day just for you to review the 2 projects here before you, but it's to remind yourselves that what you do here impacts all of us. It impacts our city and our citizens as a whole. The projects you have approved in the past and the projects you will approve in the future shape our city, not only for today's residents, but for our future generations. The land we are referring to is part of the Vista Village Creek Walk, with the bridge over the water, the steps down to the creek, a terraced embankment, and beautiful green park. It should be a social gathering space for the entire community and not utilized by only this complex once the complex is built. It's a place for Vistans from the north and from the south to gather here in the center of our city and to become connected to each other. This property should complement the beautiful creek walk where we could hold music in the park. It's terraced. You saw the pictures today. The one side is terraced, and we could use that as a beautiful place to sit and watch music in the park. We don't do that. Why? We have some very talented people here in Vista that could provide that entertainment. The terraced across from that terraced embankment, there are the steps that would be going up to this gate, blocking our access. That area on the other side of the gate could hold picnic tables and green grass and playgrounds and the Connex boxes for food service and food trucks, and could be utilized by everyone in Vista, not just the 41 apartments. While a mom is shopping at Fraser Farm, the dad could walk over to the playground in that park, and then the mom could come and watch his kids play, and then the mom could bring food over and they could have a picnic there if it wasn't blocked by these apartments. If there was a dog park, and that's something very many people are interested in and have voiced to me, they could bring their dogs there and can make connections with other dog lovers in the city, which there are plenty of. If you went to the art festival this weekend, you would notice it was a huge gathering of people and their dogs. Our schools are full. We have windy little roads. We can't continue to grow in this fast pace that you're suggesting. We understand that we have to grow, but there are places and time to do this and not do something so quickly that takes away a park that could be used for all of us. And as a mom and a grandmother, I just want to voice concern that that park, that development right there on the edge of the water, that's going to be used by the kids there as their own playground and push other people out. But mostly, it's a very dangerous place. So if there are not cameras watching and there's not security watching, it would be a very dangerous place for the kids who don't have access with their parents behind the gate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Tom Fleming, please. Followed by Daniel Carlin.
My name is Tom Fleming. I live on Grapevine Road here in Vista, and I am opposed to this. I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask. Commissioner Rosler had mentioned about the 1/3 mile to the transit center. That 1/3 mile encompasses going across Vista Village Drive, and if any of us, I mean, we all have been there at that Four Corners, trying to cross that on foot is no easy task, especially if you get caught in the light changing. I did have a question. There's been said both ways about the ownership of the property. Is it owned by the city, or is it owned by the developer? Is it some deal right now to make that go through? I don't know the details of that. And last but not least is the small portion across from the development. Is that public? That going to be a public park for everyone to use there? So thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Carlin, followed by Nikita Hobson, please.
Yeah, my name's Dan Carlin. I've lived here not all my life yet, but I've lived here 63 years. My family has been here 70. Where are our parks? You know, we tore down the rec center, ball fields. We've taken so many ball fields away from our youth, And now we're building more and more and more apartments. Have any of you guys drove down Melrose? Have you drove through Vista? This is not livable. We've been promised synchronized lights. We've been promised a lot of things. We were told that we had the most open space and playgrounds, but Gloria, she used to tell us that was our ball fields was in our schoolyards. You can't get there. Daryl Ice's place and the Thibodeau fields, they were taken away, turned into a golf driving range and condos. Breeze Hill, they didn't want all the people up in those condos didn't like those lights. That was all going to be ball fields. Over by Rancho was going to be a sports park. We get lots of promises on these parks. I want parks before the development, because just like this skateboard part, and my kids used to play t-ball over here, that stuff gets taken away and takes a long, long, long time to get replaced. I want the parks first, and then maybe we can start talking to development. All that stuff we take away. We need parks. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Look at Carlsbad, Oceanside, Escondido, San Marcos. Where are our parks? Where are our open spaces? You know what happens? People like my neighbors, they decide they'll have the parties as a private business right next door to me. They have their weddings, their children's birthday parties. It's a business. I get to live with it. Hell, they had a 2-week funeral. I get to live with it. I get to try to shut it down through our code enforcement. These people in these apartments, they don't have the room. We don't have the parks to have these things. Please, let's think this over. Let's really think this over.
Thank you,
Let's
sir.
make it livable.
Nikita Hobson, please, followed by Angelina Knight.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nikita Hobson, and I live at 2070 Ridgeline Avenue. I oppose the Creekside Park Apartments and ask that you reject the application. This private 3-story project will tower over almost everything else in the area and will incorporate publicly owned assets such as the footbridge and a number of city parking places into a private development. That doesn't seem fair to me. It will also essentially screen out the public from that part of the park. It basically will block public access from the south side of the park and partially from the north side too. There will only be one point of access instead of 2 from the south side. And this is, in my opinion, a taking of public property for private gain. We should not tolerate that. In addition, it's a very dense development which will strain existing public services such as police and fire protection and our public schools. Breeze Hill Elementary School is already maxed out. Where are these kids going to go to school if they live in these apartments? They will have to be transported who knows where, but there's no schoolroom. And it will obviously aggravate our already serious parking problem. And the parking management plan as described tonight, I think, is totally inadequate. The developers, and I don't know who else decides, but they always underestimate the realistic needs for parking that people live in multifamily dwellings. This project will have an irreversible negative impact on the quality of life in Vista. If we get it wrong, there are no do-overs. We're going to live with the results of this decision for decades my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and yours will be living with the results of the decision that you are going to make tonight. So I ask you, please reject this application. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelina Knight, followed by Roy Pearson, please. Roy Pearson, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just want to say I'm against this project.
State your name, give your address, please.
Roy Pearson, 1157 La Tortuga Drive, Vista. I just want to say I'm against this project. I will not take up some of your time with recalling some of the comments people prior to me made. They are all true, and I support all of them. I would like to add a few additional comments during my time. I have a question as far as the parking goes. That area on the north side, I don't know if there's additional parking there or if guests and residents will end up using the parking that is adjacent to the wave, thereby using public parking for the apartment complex. I also believe that with the apartments there will be a significant increase in traffic along that road, and additionally out on Vista Way and all of the surrounding roadways. Traffic out there now is horrendous, as I'm sure you know by trying to come here tonight at 5 o'clock. Parking is already a problem for that area. You go over there to shop and you can't find a parking place. In essence, you're going to be taking away parking spots from the businesses, to me. The schools are already overcrowded. My daughter is a teacher at Breeze Hill. She has 34 to 37 students in her fourth grade class. I don't know where these people are going to go to school because the other schools are just as overcrowded. There will be an increase in trash along that roadway. Who will pick that up? Who will clean that up? I believe that the apartments will infringe on the beauty of that park and make it only for the apartment dwellers on that side. I also did not see any southerly access to that park that would incorporate anything for handicapped people or people that have disabilities to get across. If you are restricting the number of access points to that park, they will have difficulty parking and getting to the park to enjoy it. As far as the parking goes in the complex and how many spaces they have, I would like to know if this complex is going to charge their residents to park, because if they add that to the parking, if they add that to the rent, that will force people to go out and park on the public roadways because they don't want to pay that additional fees, even if there is parking on site, which I believe there is not sufficient. If you have a 1 or 2 bedroom house, you have more than one car. In regards to the building up of residence for people, I agree with that, but I would also like to say that the City of Vista cannot take that full burden for the county and develop everything in this city to accommodate other people. And then my final comment would be, I would like to know what the city's connection with Silvergate is, because it seems like they get these apartments authorized without taking into consideration public views. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Palat, followed by Stormy Galvin, please.
Hi, my name is Dale Pilot. I live at 1601 Countryside Drive. My only issue with the building here is that our infrastructure will not be able to sustain extra traffic here and going in and out of the city of Vista. So if we can get a guarantee that these things would be addressed and fixed, then I see no reason why we wouldn't want to go forward with any other projects. However, these things must be addressed first. Without working on the infrastructure, like with the lighting, if we can work on getting the light the traffic signals to work in conjunction with each other, if we can widen our roads, if we can make sure that all the cars that are coming in and out of the city of Vista will be able to get in without having to go through 3 light rotations just to get across the traffic intersection, then I'm okay with it. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Stormy Galvin, followed by Molly Rubinstein, please.
That's awfully tall. My name is Stormy Galvin, and I live at 1060 Meadow Lake Drive in Vista. I've never spoken at one of these things in the 46 years of my life. So my grandma always said, speak from my heart, you get the truth. I've lived here for about 11 years, born and raised in New York. I understand supply and demand of apartments. I've lived in apartments my entire life. Vista does not have a demand. We have a supply. We have apartments out there right now that aren't being filled. Tons of apartments that are just sitting there empty. I live in a 50-year-old apartment. I pay less than what base rent is, and my apartment is huge. It's the size of a condo. We have empty apartments. We don't need apartments. We need places for the community to go and be a community. Having an apartment only serves certain people. It doesn't serve the community. So when you put people in these little clusters of communities of their own, you're going to get bad people, because apartments do bring bad people. Not all of them, but there's bad people in everything. That will impact the park. What are you going to do? If there's no cameras down there, how are you going to keep those bad people away from people's children that go down there? These apartments would be eyesores to this park. The people that are proposing this don't come from Vista. I heard Costa Mesa. I heard San Diego. None of them are from Vista. So how can they speak for us and put things here if they don't even live here? I don't understand that. That's not catering to Vista. That's catering to money. And that's all it is. It's just money. So I hope that you listen to the people that actually live in Vista on what we want here and work with us on developing this as something that everybody can use as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Rubinstein, followed by Sarah Findlay, please.
Usually when I'm at a microphone, I'm singing. My name is Molly Rubinstein. I live in a wonderful senior mobile home park. It's Vista Village at 1506 Oak Drive. I am a Maryland native and lived most of my adult life in Greenbelt, Maryland. The motto is keep the Greenbelt green. And they have laws that make sure that that's happening. And I do go back to visit, and I just drive around the town, and I wonder at the greenness, the parks, the playgrounds, everywhere you go. My 14-year-old granddaughter was 2 years old when she lived with me for a while, and she remembers how green it was, and the parks, and that it was a community. It was really, to me, a definition of a community. When my son and I moved out here in 1997, Vista reminded me in some ways of Greenbelt, because there were a lot of parks and a lot of areas that were just really pretty. What I see happening to Vista now, and it's why I'm opposed to both the Creekside project and the 5-story mixed-use project. The way Vista is going, every bit of free land, every bit of land that doesn't have anything on it, somebody wants to develop on it. And it's going to be nothing but paved roads and apartments and overcrowding and heavy traffic. I think since you're the would recommend this or not to the city council. You should do what other people are saying. Listen to what the people of Vista want. Try to keep this a community. Build parks. If there are parks that are in disarray, find a way to make them nice places to be again. And I guess that's really all I have to say. I'd like to see Vista stay as green as it is now for a long time to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Findlay, followed by Cliff Kaiser, please.
My name is Sarah Findlay. I live at 449 Palm Drive here in Vista. Most of the main topics that I wanted to bring up for this particular project have already been covered. I do have additional commentary on the Main Street project. But I think the bottom line is that our infrastructure just isn't able to handle what they want to build here. And not just this project, but a lot of the different projects they want to bring here. And I can definitely see the vision. I can see the beauty in people being able to walk to Fraser Farms and walk to all of those businesses and restaurants. I walk to all of those restaurants and all of those businesses down on Main Street from where I live. And it's great. I still need my car. I still need to get across the train tracks. I still need to get to other places. And it shouldn't take 3 or 4 cycles through a signal to get anywhere. I shouldn't have to leave 45 minutes before I need to get somewhere because it's going to take me 20 just to get to the freeway. And so these are all things that I think we need to fix first, build first, so that we can do, planned, thoughtful communities that benefit all of us for the long run. These are Band-Aid fixes for a housing market that has so much more to do with than supply and demand. It has to do with a national economy and people not being able to get loans to buy homes. So there's a lot more people in the rental market right now that are competing that weren't competing before. It's a much more nuanced and bigger problem than just building more units for people to live in. And I think we need to be smart and calculated with how we deal with that because our schools are overcrowded and we're not building any more. And we're out of parks. We don't have a lot of places for kids to go play and run around and do stuff. And all of those things are things that build communities that have more crime and have more poverty. And those are other problems that we also have to deal with here. So there's multiple layers that we're trying to address, and I think it's a beautiful idea. I have issues with how close to a public park the project is. It looks lovely. I'm sure the people who could afford to live there would have a wonderful time, but it's just not something that's right for a community at this time.
Thank you so much. Cliff Kaiser, followed by Pat Fellows, please. Cliff Kaiser, I think you just walked out. Pat Fellows. I'll take Pat and then I'll get you, Cliff.
Hi, my name is Pat Fellows. I live at 675 Bower Place in Vista. I'm opposed to this. I have lived in Vista for over 50 years and have seen development ranging from good to bad, from ugly to senseless. And this development of Fraser Farms falls into the senseless part. I will not go into the usual parking problems, as there are many, and these have been pointed out repeatedly. There will be increases in traffic. As usual, the schools and first responder situation will be a challenge. However, my big concern is that this apartment project, read people who have no vested interest in the community, will restrict the public view and access to our beautiful park. And we did used to have band concerts at that park a long time ago. I don't know if any of you lived here long enough to know that, but we used to have band concerts down there. This was meant to be for the benefit of the people, not the apartment people. It is not the will of our citizens to allow private development on publicly owned property just for the benefit of a developer. It would appear that his amenities will be provided by the taxpayer, and our park and access will be relegated to transient residents with no dog in the fight. I ask that this project be disallowed and a better use approved, which will benefit our residents and not take away our public space and parks. The only beneficiary here is that of another developer who will leave town We will pay for the problems he created, and this land, new paragraph, this land has been vacant for a very long time, and as the economy in the city of Vista grows, more appropriate use of this land should be considered. I believe this parcel can and should be used for a purpose or business to benefit all citizens. I have emailed members of the City Council my thoughts on this project and hope that they have conveyed my wishes to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Kaiser, followed by Russell Davis, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. A couple of brief comments. Vista has, from what I understand, the highest density of residential dwellings of any city in North County. So we have to question whether we need a lot of more high-density apartments here in the city of Vista. I would also note that this was designed as a restaurant pad, and I'm not sure what the urgency is. If we look at San Luis Obispo, which has a creek going through it and has beautiful restaurants and shops along their creek, I would recommend that we be patient and allow this property to gain in value and develop those restaurants looking over the creek and the beauty of downtown Vista that it was designed to do. Mr. Eriks of DDR recommended that we support this project, but I question how DDR can recommend this project when they can't even fill the spaces that they currently have in the Sinopolis and the DDR area here. The Mexican restaurant is gone, Subway restaurant is gone, Five Guys restaurant is gone, and it doesn't seem that they're very aggressive in filling those empty spaces. So I wonder what is their motivation to help the community of Vista. The community or the organization of Benson and Bowl mentioned that we're about smart growth, and I would suggest to you that in the city of Vista, smart growth is a bad word, and we should view that as a bad word because we are already very high density, over dense than what we need to be, and smart growth is already in place. We don't need to build on the high density that we already have. In summary, I would suggest a couple other comments. Do not cross the creek. If we need to proceed with this development, leave it on the dirt lots. Do not use the bridge. Let the park and the area to the north of the creek remain untouched. Keep access open between the two areas. So even though the community may get developed, the apartments may get developed, keep free access between the north and the south of the creek. And again, I would encourage you to envision what San Luis Obispo has developed and the beautiful community that they have developed, and consider that here for Vista. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Russell Davis, please.
I identified myself earlier and spoke in favor of this. I've been a resident of North County for 30 years, and I'm the parent of four children in their 20s. If we don't develop property near mass transit in this way, which is not especially dense relative to what's allowed, where are we going to have housing for these young adults? This is actually exactly the kind of project that they're looking forward to moving into as they've graduated from college, they've got their first jobs here in the community. They can't afford a house. That's completely out of the question in San Diego for all of them. But this is exactly what they're looking for. And I would actually urge that this is the kind of project where I would hope we'll have an electric car station where you can rent your cars like they do on the college campuses, for example, because you can walk to everything from this location. Also, as somebody who's been around for the better part of 10 years walking up and down the park, for all the people talking about this park, it's in terrible shape. I see very few people using it. It's actually a shame. It sounds as if everybody wants this park, but what I see suggests very different to me. So I think it's time to actually redevelop the park. If this is what it takes, to me, this is a great project. So I'm in support.
Thank you so much. Mr. Reynolds, is there anything you would like to discuss? Sure.
Good evening again, Rob Irving. I wanted to just talk for a moment about access because I think that a lot has been said, and I think referring to the maps can help us. And if I manage this laser printer, and apparently I'm not going to manage it correctly, so I'll just talk through it. If you look at the vacant dirt lot closest to Fraser Farms, in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the bridge. And in fact, there isn't access today. If you're a handicapped person or just a mom and your kids, to get to that bridge, you have to walk across a vacant dirt lot. Heaven forbid if it, I know it doesn't rain frequently, but when it rains, it's terrible. On the other side, somebody's got a pointer there, thank you. On the other side, there is access from the right through the park, but to get as close as you can to the street, you got to walk through another vacant dirt lot. What we're going to do is we're going to put in ADA compliant, handicapped accessible sidewalks that will actually provide real access from the south to the north of the park. And if you look, anyone in the Fraser Farms area or any of the other stores near Fraser Farms are going to walk along the front of Fraser Farms directly to that bridge. That's the access route. Over to the right, we can see the stairway. The stairway was developed so that restaurant users could go down into the park. People from the park, if they came up that stairway, they would come up and run into the trucks in the back of Fraser Farms. We showed you that's effectively loading docks there. We're really not taking away anyone's access. Ms. Chow had a chart in her presentation which showed the access to the park. Although I've been working on this for months, I was really pretty amazed by the amount of red lines showing access into the park. There was also a discussion that says we're taking the bridge, and we're not taking the bridge. In fact, as I said, we're adding additional access to the bridge so the public can really use it. There's also discussions that we're taking the park, and we're not taking the park any more than anybody who builds a house next to a park is taking the park. The park is there for the community to use, and we're going to be a community use. There's also a discussion about taking views. And if you sat where the semi-trailer park is, the semi-trailer truck is, and looked at that view, what you'd see is an enormous expanse of dirt lot. And then there's an existing retaining wall that was built largely because access was always expected to come primarily from the north side. You stand where the truck is and look across, and you don't see the sloped access coming down to the park. It's lower than the dirt lot. With respect to traffic that we've talked to before, the pads have been designed for the pads were designed for restaurants. If we put the restaurants in, there'd be an enormous increase in traffic compared to the traffic that would come from our study. We put in an independent parking study that showed that, as well as an enormous increase in parking. And finally, as we've discussed, these pads are owned by the successor agency to the redevelopment agency, and they are required to sell these pads. So thank you. I appreciate it. I thought that it was important for us to kind of clarify as people walked across the bridge what they found today, and with our improvements, how they're going to be able to access the retail stores. And I don't know if you think it would be helpful, it might be of assistance for Ms. Chow to put up the initial chart she showed with all of the red access into the park, again, primarily designed to come from the north. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, would you put it up? Don't leave yet. Got a question for you.
Yes.
So between the big dirt lot, between there is a common area, a little green belt, and that is for the residents. And does that area lead through the main bridge that goes across?
So there, I think I believe that there is a main bridge all the way over on the right, effectively next to the road, on the far right side of the picture over the road, and then there's a bridge. That's effectively either a public road or something that looks very like a public road going over a bridge, and then there's a bridge all the way to the left, which is the pedestrian bridge that we're going to provide ADA compliant, handicap accessible access to. The center of our development, the green area, is not next to any bridge.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's for the residents?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And I have one last speaker slip, Jane Harrington, and then at that point we'll close the public hearing and we'll make comments.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Jane, give your name and your address, please.
Hi, I'm Jane Harrington, 1114 Madeira Lane. I appreciate everyone that came out and spoke. I oppose this as well. I've been in Vista for almost 30 years. I've worked for the school district for almost 20 years. As far as anybody getting up here from other areas other than Vista stating how wonderful this is going to be, they could probably just stay seated. Not happy with this at all. The traffic is ridiculous around here. As far as public transportation, it's great. You can go to these places. There's not even enough parking there for you to park to take the public transportation in most of the areas. As far as traffic is concerned and not having enough buildings, I don't know if you guys are aware of all the complexes that have gone up in the last 3-4 years. My street alone, I can't even get out of my street until the light changes, where that wasn't a problem 3-4 years ago. There's housing going up all over the place in Vista, which they're not selling. Apartments, the other girl explained, there are tons of apartments that are available. It's a cost of living that people can't afford. I think this is, in my own personal opinion, I don't use the park. I go to Fraser Farm, but I hardly ever go there anymore because there's no parking. They put the gym in there, and that building stayed vacant, I don't even know how long, quite a few years, and there's still, the traffic, Vista is turned into a city. It's not we need more parks, like the older lady stated. She's been here way longer than I have, and I just think it's a shame. It could be used for just family enjoyment or even a dog park. I see it senseless in my opinion. It's going to obstruct views, and I don't know who did the math with the parking spaces. If there's 41 and yet times 2, right there you're at 80, and then where are they going to park? And you can't tell me they're not going to park over in Fraser Farm and over in the movie theater. I don't see how that's feasible. That's just my opinion. Please take that into consideration. We can do way better than this. And like the other gentleman stated, take your time in deciding yes or no. These are for future generations, and there is plenty of places that they can purchase and rent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that closes the public hearing. I have no other speaker slips. So, commissioners, we have some comments. Also, commissioners, on the dais this evening were several letters that Ms. Turley put out. Robert Bray, Antoinette Lussing, Nikki Hobson, Nikita and Richard Hobson again, Jamie Gamino, Pat Fellows, Judy Stranton, and Tom Lucerno all wrote letters. Anybody got any questions, any comments? Commissioner Rossler.
I had a number of questions that I wanted Ms. Chow to answer for us based on the conversation tonight. and I think we heard a little bit from the applicant, the city does not own this piece of property. Is that correct?
The successor agency does.
Who is the successor agency?
I would probably have to call on Mr. John Meyer if he's still in the audience.
I can answer that.
Or Mr. Stone.
Previously, the property was owned by the redevelopment agency. And in 2012, the redevelopment agency was dissolved. And as you know, the redevelopment agency was engaged in redevelopment, tried to find uses particular to locations that were suitable to or ideal. And it was dissolved in 2012, and at that point replaced by a new legal entity under strict state controls called the Successor Agency, which was given a legal task of actually selling off and liquidating the properties. And so this particular property was part of what was required to be sold pursuant to state law. And all the properties were actually put on the market. And this particular property then was sold and is now under contract for sale. And that contract was approved by the Successor Agency Board, Oversight Board, and then finally by the Department of Finance, which is part of the state.
Is that Oversight Board, is that a state agency or is it a city?
You might describe it as a regional agency that has representatives from the county and school districts and so on.
So because of the change in the law, in the redevelopment law, the city's hands are somewhat tied. They have to sell this property. We can't take and turn it into a park.
There's a legal mandate to sell it, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. In the traffic analysis that was in the staff report, it indicated that there were 246 average daily trips that would be generated by the 41 units. I think the applicant indicated that if the restaurant had gone in, that the generation rate would be higher and therefore the total traffic generated by the project would be greater. And staff agrees with that?
That's correct. Yeah, it would be in the order of a little over 1,000 trips.
1,000 trips from the 3 restaurant pads.
Close to 1,200, actually. Yep, okay. That's correct.
Okay. This property is designated mixed use. When the city went through the general plan process and we updated the downtown specific plan, that's when the decision was made to change it to mixed use, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that time, we understood, the city understood, everybody that was involved in those public hearings understood that it could be commercial and retail and restaurants, or it could be multifamily, and that's what our mixed use designation was all about. Am I right on that?
You are correct.
Okay, so we've had a long, lengthy discussion about whether this should be mixed use or not, and we came down on the side that it should be mixed use and there should be flexibility in the land use, whether it be restaurants or provide the additional flexibility of multifamily. We had that conversation. Vacancy rates. My understanding of vacancy rates in the city, reading the paper, is it's less than 5%. Do you guys agree with that?
I believe that's true based on my reading of some recent information on it.
The housing experts will tell us that if there's a less than a 5% vacancy factor, that people start spending more than a third of their income on housing. And when that happens at the end of the month, utility bills slip, medical bills slip, and food slips. So we have less than 5% vacancy. We have a problem with that. I was curious about calls for service for the sheriff department in the park. Do we have an idea of if there is a problem with crime in the park?
We've inquired with the sheriff's department. I have a slide that I can bring up. Within a quarter mile and within 0.2 miles of 225 Vista Village Drive, which is actually Fraser Farms. Just bear with me for a second as I get there. Just got to go through all the slides again.
so just bear with me. And the crime and arrest reports within a quarter mile of 225 Vista Village Drive on the left side and 0.2 miles on the right side. You might not be able to read all those numbers because it's quite small. I realize that, but within a time frame of August 2011, August 2016, they list all the different types of cases, starting with alcohol-related offenses in the order of over 200 cases during that 5 period, and again within that 0.25 or quarter mile radius. The chart on the right, it's the 0.2 mile radius, and hopefully on your screens in front of you, you're able to see the numbers a little better than Amador. And I'm sorry about that. It's just I was trying to get at least the matrix on the screen. But there's a variety of charges from whether it's alcohol-related or narcotics, being the upwards of 400 of those events happening within a 5-year time frame.
Okay. Super. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And the zero locale was the address used for Fraser Farms. That was the center point that the 0.2 and 0.25 were measured from.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the park, that's the Krikorian, that's apartments to the north and to the west.
Yep, as identified within the radius area.
Okay. Commissioner Garrettson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned about the amenities and playground. I don't know if this is the right time to bring that up, but when it was discussed the other side, the wave side of the property, that could be a playground. I think this is a bad situation in terms of playground. The gentleman talked earlier about no access to public school basketball courts and so forth based on increased security. So we've gone in the city from 25 public basketball courts down to about 2. So we have greatly reduced it. This would be a great opportunity to add something. So I would see that as a condition that the developer have a better plan for playground and use for the kids that belong there, rather than just the creek walk.
Commissioner Jackal?
Thank you. I'm going to echo Commissioner Garrettson's concern about play space. And if something is created for little kids, it can't be clear across a bridge. That just won't fly. I would like to ask about fees for parking. As we have discovered to our distress, apartment managers now will charge fees for the required parking spaces in their complexes. And so no wonder people are, in addition to there not being enough parking, no wonder people are parking out in the public areas. So what about fees for parking here? When I drove by today to have one more look, I'm pretty sure I saw 2 pedestrian bridges going from the north side to the south side. And Patsy, could you show me where that second pedestrian bridge is?
So we have a, let's see right here with the pointer. You have this particular bridge right here coming down the steps, and you have this bridge as you come around from across the pedestrian bridge. There's this particular one over here. Are you speaking of another one, perhaps?
She wants to see the first one again.
The first one, it's right, oops, let's see if I can get the pointer to work again, right here. That's if you come down the steps just east of Building 4, and then you have to cross here because there's just a bunch of rocks over here, so you can't go over that, and then you have to cross the bridge to go to the other side.
So that's at the creek level? That's down below?
That's down below.
Okay. And the other one is up top?
This one right here is down below as well. Okay. This is the one up top.
And that's
And this is the one down below.
That's the only one that's up top, is that one.
The only one up on top is this one, correct?
Okay, well, thank you, but I would like to ask the commission, if we decide to approve this, to add the play areas as a condition for this.
My comments, my concern is the parking. I am a regular shopper at Fraser Farms, either the early morning on the weekends or also noon on Fridays, and the parking is tough. I mean, I've had to not gone as far as parking in that subsequent lot, but I am way over there on those other spots to try to get in. So I'm fearful that the project will take more parking than what is anticipated, and that is already going to make a bad situation. As far as the look, the feel of the project, I personally think it's beautiful to have an apartment that's going to overlook the park. And if some of the street trees near Fraser Farms could be like 48-inch, so these are going to be big trees, I think that would help soften the views. Concerned about the crime or an increase in crime in the park, the existing park that's there. Would appreciate, some cameras, some oversight, more sheriff oversight in that area, something to ease for the residents. But I like the washers and the dryers being put in the units. I think it's favorable. It's not favorable for the parking. And that's my issue, and I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on the project, but those are my thoughts. Commissioner Carroll?
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Chow, we talked about it before, but it's still not clear in my mind what standard was used for the parking number, for the required parking. It's per the specific plan for this property?
Correct.
And why is it, and that's, so it has a ratio, it has numbers in there for multifamily?
Correct.
And why are those numbers so much lower for this multifamily as opposed to other multifamily in the city?
Because there are different parking ratios for a downtown specific plan compared to citywide parking standards for apartments.
Because of the location of transit, or, an apartment. The reason I'm struggling with it is because it's even less than the mixed use number, which in my mind, the mixed use parking ratio number is a parking amount that was generated based on part of the property being used, parking overlapping with a commercial use, a residential and a commercial, so you're overlapping parking use during the day and the evening. And so that gave us a lower ratio for mixed use than standard multi-use. And so now we're another notch down below that, and that's what I'm having a hard time understanding, so why we're even lower than the mixed use.
Yeah, one has to keep in mind that the whole premise behind the downtown specific plan when all the districts were created near transit areas is that we're trying to not create an oversupply or an overabundance of parking where you have uses where you would try to use common parking areas to alleviate or to address, I should say, the parking needs of several different uses that are coexisting or co-locating in an area or within a district area, meaning you have retail, you have commercial, you have residential, and certainly you want to try to take advantage of the fact that you have these uses within the same area and not try to create parking needs for each of them separately, but as a whole. So the downtown specific plan, in the parking section of the specific plan, it talks about the fact that we should be careful about not trying to create an oversupply of parking spaces, and where there is an existing or opportunities that can be created for shared parking, then we should take advantage of these situations. And I think this example basically provides the type of scenario where this is talking about trying to create that opportunity, in other words, and not creating an oversupply, but trying to create the sharing of the spaces. If that justifies, whether that justifies the number, the 1.25 or 1.25, or the 2.25, I should say, for 2 bedrooms, that certainly is a way to try to explain why that is the fact. Because again, we tend to create or want to create more parking where in fact may not be needed. But the fact is the downtown specific plan is trying to recognize the fact that we have to take advantage of the fact that this is a mixed use opportunity. That's what this is talking about.
Okay. Thank you for the information. So, fellow commissioners, in my mind, regardless of what the downtown specific plan shows, I have the opinion that this project needs to at least meet the mixed use standard, which I would calculate out to another 11 spaces. That's just, and the area on the north side of the creek is really, it's a bit of a no man's land that is, it's quite disconnected from the project. It does provide some other parking, but as far as a beneficial use to the project in this area next to the parking, I don't see getting a lot of use out of that for this as in regards to an amenity for the complex. So
besides the 55 parking spaces that are close to the Sinopolis, you're saying that those plus what's on site in those 2 large lots and what's across is still short, your opinion, you would like to see increased by 11 spaces?
Well, in
order to meet the current mixed use that's non-specific to this?
The 55 spaces, they have an agreement to use 20 of those, and I can concede that those other 35 spaces could be used by anyone, as was discussed. But if the project is needing to supply, I don't know, it's these 10 spaces on the other side of the creek, just they don't seem to add to it, and the spaces along some of these spaces near Fraser Farms, I think, are not going to be utilized by the apartments, but by Fraser Farms customers. I don't know if I'm saying that they should get an agreement for an additional 11 spaces beyond the 20, but I don't necessarily think that solves what I think is still going to be a parking issue.
Okay. Commissioner Jackal?
I don't mean to be argumentative, but I'm totally in agreement with Commissioner Carroll. I don't see any way that this parking could be considered to be shared with any other part of Vista Village. This is residential parking for the residents of this complex, and there isn't enough. That's my thought.
Commissioners, anybody want to have any other opinions? Commissioner Bell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you tell I'm new at this? I just wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone for speaking. I don't talk a whole lot. I think everyone else on here has a lot more experience than I do in this, but I really do appreciate hearing from both sides, including the developer and the city and the individuals as well. It makes a huge difference, both in the opinions as we're sitting up here, but also taking into account the history that Rick was able to point out with the long sequence of events that have gone into planning the downtown area and how the land has changed through government agencies, how that's been handled. A lot of this is out of our control. A lot of this is out of the city's control. It's gone on for a long time, and so we're doing our best here, and I think that includes us and you guys as well. So I just wanted to say thanks for contributing and sticking around to speak tonight on this first issue.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Garrettson, please.
This is a project that troubles me a lot because of the density and the impact on recreation, the impact on parking. If you looked at, our density requirements, mixed use is 40 dwelling units per acre, but high density residential is 21. So this is double what high density residential would be. So that troubles me a great deal on whether that parking in that area is going to be enough. And I don't see how you're going to share this. If the wave is fully operational, they don't get out of there till late in the evening, and all the shopping and the theater, I parked in that spot over there on a number of times just to go to the theater to find a spot. So I think the parking is going to be a major problem in this area, and I think it's going to distract from the neighborhood, from the other businesses around there. I think the last time we spoke at the early design review, the owner-manager of Staples expressed grave concern about that, and I think he was accurate.
Okay. Not seeing any lights on, I'm going to go ahead and take the big leap. And I am going to move forward with disapproving the site development plan for 41 apartment units on 1.47 acre site located at south of Vista Village Drive, just south of the Wave Water Park in the West Gateway District of the Downtown Specific Plan area. And my disapproval is based on parking. I think the project itself is beautiful, but not enough parking. So that's my motion. Commissioner Jackal?
Second.
Any discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Carroll?
A little further discussion is that I like to say I do like this project, and I think it's not an excessively high density for the area. It's mostly 1 and 2 bedroom. It's 1 and 2 bedrooms. There's no 3 bedrooms. I think it looks nice. I think the architecture is good. I think this has a lot of good things about it, and my reservations about it. I mean, if this had another 10 parking spaces on site, not directly accessible by store customers or by Wave customers or park goers, if it had another 10 on site, I would probably be completely happy with it. And just foregoing this area to the north that seems to do nothing at all. And because if that's gone, then I would want maybe something else, some other bump in an amenity somewhere else, and I would be completely happy with the project.
Mr. Stone, did I make a faux pas?
The state law, I should share some of it, and of course the commission has authority to evaluate and make a final decision as well as to impose conditions. But there's a provision that's particular to housing developments. And it says, when a proposed housing development project complies with applicable, objective, general plan and zoning standards and criteria, including design review standards in effect at the time the housing project's application is determined to be complete. Basically, it has to be approved under state law. Unless there's, and this is, this is from, this is from Government Code 65589.5J. So I'm just reading. I'm reading the law. It's the legislature.
Please let the attorney speak.
And it can be denied if there's a specific adverse impact, but that's identified as basically an objective health and safety measure that's been exceeded. And so there might be an opportunity to impose, if it doesn't, satisfy the standards, it can be denied, of course. If it does produce or exceed an objective health and safety standard and can't be mitigated, it can be denied, and it can be reasonably conditioned. So that's the requirement of state law.
So if I understand correctly, then I take my motion off the table, and then I would possibly make a motion approving, but with the addition of some cameras, some things to control the tot lot area. Is that what we're speaking of?
Any reasonable condition.
Reasonable condition. Okay. Then I take my motion off the table, and Commissioner Rossler, please.
The provision of additional parking, a reasonable condition?
There might be some opportunity for discussion on that. I'm not sure. It depends. You could address it to the developer to start a dialogue on that.
Okay. A question then, I guess, to Mr. Reynolds and possibly Mr. Erickson. Can we get more parking out of that little corner space that it's designated as 20 spaces belong to? Can that be increased? Does that help? Well, it's already 20, but let's say it's 40 of the 50, 55, or yes, what? Come on up. Mr. Reynolds, you may want to join.
Property owner would be willing to consider changing what's been currently proposed to satisfy the commissioners.
So it's something you guys could, if we asked for some concession to increase the parking, that maybe there's some wiggle room. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
There's 1,500 parking places.
I know, but there's a lot of people who don't like to walk. I understand. Okay. Let's see. Does anyone, Commissioner Garrettson, do you have a laundry list of conditions?
I do. But the question is, can this be tabled pending working that kind of thing out?
Is that what we want to do?
Because it's one thing to say, I think we can work it out. I mean, we could put certain conditions that the number of spaces available would be increased by 10 and the security and those sort of things, or we can just delay the decision, table it.
Mr. Stone or Mr. Connolly, can you offer some advice?
Perhaps we could take, John, a 5-minute recess. Is that possible? Thank you.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, please. 5-minute potty break.
That's right. Now I worry.
Welcome back. I'm going to clear the board. Mr. Stone, before we go forward, can you give us that wonderful briefing that you told us about of how we got from there to here with the redevelopment agency and the successor agency and that story and estimate timeline,
Sure.
I think it was 2009 or...
Well, through 2011, the redevelopment agency was operating in a normal capacity and had a lot of discretion in what kinds of developments it would allow to see occur on land it owned. What happened is that the redevelopment agency was dissolved by, like all 400 redevelopment agencies in the state, and that took place on February 1, 2012. And at that point in time, an entity known as the Successor Agency was taken in, and it's like a bankruptcy trustee almost that has to sell off all property. And it's a very cumbersome, long process. Not only does it have to be sold off, it then gets reviewed by a new board that's an oversight board, which is a composite of various taxing entities. And then finally, the sale is approved by the Department of Finance. And that's where we are now. The Department of Finance in Sacramento has approved the sale. The sale is pending, and the city doesn't have the discretion it would have in the event it was city-owned property that the city was free to sell or not sell.
Okay, so Governor Brown is the one that tied our hands.
It was Governor Brown's proposal that was then approved by the legislature in Sacramento.
Okay. Mr. Irving, please.
Thank you again for your time, commissioners. During the break, we sat and tried to consider your concerns, and what we would propose is an approval with a condition that we obtain an additional 11 parking spaces, and we will attempt to find between 11 and 20, even if but we would ask for the approval with 11.
Okay.
And we would also suggest that we will take the kind of a tot playground lot off of pad J, so we don't have the safety concerns there.
Okay. Cameras,
we're a little bit, it's something we're willing to consider. I'm concerned about it specifically being an approval. For liability reasons, the city didn't want to have cameras on its park, and so we're concerned about for us to install cameras effectively looking at the park and the same liability issues. So we're certainly willing to consider that, and it may be an amenity that people in the apartments want, but at this point, it's difficult to accept a condition along those lines.
Okay, then I will put that up to the rest of the commissioners, and we'll see how we can approve this by adding a few conditions.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Garrettson, please.
Just a clarification, sir, you indicated that you'd move the playground from that area. Does that mean you'd put a playground on the other side of the bridge?
Well, so we don't have a specific target market yet for these apartments, and to some extent, the target marketing plan will dictate, for example, whether we take a bocce ball court out and put a playground in, or take them both out and put a fire pit in, and I think that'll depend upon the specific marketing plan that is derived. But we certainly understand the concerns about distance and safety with a tot lot across the street. So we will commit not to do that, and I think certainly a possibility is.
But you're committing not to do something. You're not committing to do something.
Well, the question is whether there's a question here that says, should this apartment complex have, for example, a children's playground for young children as opposed to bocce ball courts for 35 residents who are 22. And so I would prefer not to make the commitment that since we don't have a specific marketing plan, I think it's unwise to make the commitment. If you all think that we, regardless of who the residents end up being, that we should have a child's playground there, I think it's premature, but I wouldn't kick and scream over that issue.
It seemed to me it'd be pretty easy to move the bocce ball court across the creek and move the playground
and the question. And so
when you get to that point.
The question for me is is a child playground a good use for the residents in this apartment complex? And it's not clear to me the answer is yes. But if that's a condition that you all want to impose, then I'm sure I'll understand that it is a good use.
Please, Commissioner Rossler.
1 second. When will your marketing plan be done?
So usually, I'll ask I'll give you the answer, and then my friend can tell me whether I'm correct. Go ahead.
Right or not. There is already a draft report. It'll be finalized in the next 30 days.
Okay. So if we did a condition of approval that said that you have to have a recreation plan, and you finish up your marketing plan, and then you prepare a recreation plan, and you take it into John and Patsy and say, here's where we think our market is, and here's the recreational amenities to address that market. You're okay with that?
I think we would be yes, we would be fine with that. I do want to just mention one other thing relative to the comment about cameras, and that is, on two of our other projects where there have been issues with vagrancy and other issues, distasteful issues around, the area prior to our redevelopment of that area, even without cameras, just the presence of people living on those units, eyes on the park, have made a dramatic improvement in the overall environment. So, I believe it's going to be a very positive thing and encourage more use of the park because there won't be undesirable elements in there.
Will they bring a manager on site?
Yes, that's a requirement. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, good. Okay. Any other comments, or Commissioner Rossler, have you organized our thoughts?
I'll give it a try. I'm going to move that we approve the project. This is a site development plan for 41 apartment units on Vista Village Drive, P1600-0088, with the following conditions: that subsequent to the preparation of a marketing plan, that a recreation plan be submitted to staff for their approval, and that recreation plan address the people that are going to live here. That there, in the parking management plan, there be a requirement for an additional 11 to 20 spaces, and that management plan prohibit the charging of parking, fees for parking. I think public enforcement of the vehicle code is something that this entire area will benefit from. There's a specific process in the vehicle code to go through that. It involves adoption of a resolution, but I think a requirement for public enforcement of the vehicle code would be a benefit. So I'd like to add that as a condition.
I believe that would require a city council action,
Yes.
and so can that be a recommendation?
Yes. Okay. All right. Then we recommend that there be public enforcement of the vehicle code. It is a resolution that the council does have to adopt. That there be a management plan for the project that includes security cameras on the project. The management plan will include requirements for background checks of all the potential tenants, that there be an on-site manager, and that the plan will also include an eviction procedures for people who aren't good citizens. So I would move that, make that motion to approve.
Commissioner Rossler, are you willing to add some more mature trees, like 48-inch box trees along the Fraser Farms, that portion of the site, to soften the height?
Certainly. Oh, that reminds me. If you look at page 53 of 64 in the staff report, it's the north elevation of the recreation building. That elevation is going to be visible from across the creek, and so the north elevation facing the creek, I want enhanced with stone and wood, additional architectural features to be approved by staff. Okay?
Commissioner Garrettson?
I second that motion.
Commissioner Looney?
I really had a question for Rick's issue on cameras.
Oh.
I don't have any issue with cameras on the given property, but I think when private cameras are used on public property, I think that goes beyond. I just don't think that's good sense.
I understand, and I understand the liability concern both of staff and the applicant for having cameras on the looking at the park. So, but I think security would be enhanced for the project if they had security cameras on site looking at the property.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Excuse me, Commissioner Carroll, please.
Looking at the apartments or looking at the park?
The apartments.
Just internal security?
Internal security.
Any other comments? Can we vote?
Did we get a second?
Yes, we did. We got a
Okay.
second by Commissioner Garrettson. Let the record show that the motion passes with Commissioner Jackal voting against the project. Okay, I think that one's done. John, do you need a moment? Okay.
Forget it. That's where it's going to stay.
This one.
I live in New England, and they do everything by town
I think so too.
meeting.
This one.
Fun to have a certain number of people go to town meetings.
I don't know.
Discuss the project.
I think
And until you get a
I got some
majority
concerns,
vote,
but
nothing happens.
it's.
You ever saw Norman Rockwell's Four Freedoms, based on FDR's Four Freedoms? But he did the paintings, and one of them is a guy standing, and he's at a New England town meeting.
Patsy, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Mr. Conley, are you ready? All right. Okay, we're back again. This time we're doing an early design review, which means there will be no approval from the Planning Commission, approval or denial. This is strictly where the applicant is submitting some preliminary drawings. They have not gone through the city's complete review cycle. The developer is trying to get our opinion and your opinion of this project, and what we would like to see, what we think is missing, what we wouldn't like to see. Mr. Conley, if you can make all those words pretty and spell it out, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Chairman. You just took care of my first slide here. Early design review is an opportunity for the Planning Commission to review the proposal and provide preliminary advisory information to the applicant. It's not been routed or reviewed by city staff, so no zoning conformity or design guideline conformity has been found with the project. It's simply a preliminary proposal that we're looking for input from the Commission on. It's the onset of application, so these comments that we'll get tonight will be considered by the applicant and addressed when we come back before you for a public hearing. As you mentioned, there's no formal vote or action tonight. Typically, following commentary, the commissioners will provide their input to the applicant, and that'll be the end of the item. So the go
Before
ahead.
you start, Commissioners, we haven't had one of these in 2 weeks. So what we will be doing is staff will provide us a preamble, what's happening with the project and what they have. Staff will provide the staff report and a presentation. The applicant will provide, their presentation. The Planning Commission will then provide questions resulting from both presentations, and the responses will be either given by staff or the applicant. Then we have another boatload of comments that the public would like to be heard. We will hear from the public, and then after we've heard all of those, then the Planning Commission will provide comments on 2 items. We're just going to segregate them and say the first one will be the site plan, which are grading concerns, setbacks, lighting, parking, traffic, amenities, etc., and the architecture, the design of the project. Does the project fit in the surrounding area? Landscape concerns, and things that are seen. So that's our direction for this evening. Thank you, John.
All right. The proposal before you this evening is a site development plan to develop a 5-story mixed-use project at the northeast corner of Main Street in South Santa Fe. It includes 2 levels of underground parking, 14,881 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor, as well as access to 7 townhome units and 126 apartment units on floors 2 through 5, which includes the 7 units that I mentioned. The project location is shown here on the overhead. It's the famous dirt lot next to Mother Earth. It's bounded by Vista Village Drive, Indiana, Main Street, and South Santa Fe. The project area is 3.16 acres gross, which includes some of the street dedications along the frontages, or 1.23 acres net, which is just the pad itself. Some surrounding uses. I'm sure everyone's familiar with the site. North of the property is residential and commercial. To the south is the historic downtown commercial area. West is Vista Village and the railroad, and east is, again, historic downtown Vista Village commercial uses. The general plan designation on this property is mixed use. It allows commercial and residential uses, up to 40 dwelling units per acre for residential and a 0.5 floor area ratio for commercial. It is zoned in a downtown specific plan. The transit district, which is the red area shown here, which includes the transit area as well as the residential neighborhoods east and west, and the project site. The project site was specifically determined to fall into the transit area when the specific plan was updated in 2015. And the reason for that is that the downtown district was limited to 3 stories, and the advisory committee that made recommendations on the specific plan wanted to maintain the ability to go higher than that on this particular site. So the site allows up to 60 feet in height, building height, with a maximum density of 40 units per acre, as I mentioned. The site plan was provided to you as part of your package. It includes 2 levels of underground parking, which would include 263 spaces. 27 of those 263 spaces would be on the ground floor. So 237, I believe, if I did my math right, would be on the 2 levels of underground parking. On the ground floor would be 14,881 square feet of commercial space and 2 suites, leasing office for the apartment development, access to 7 townhome units, which are shown along the top there along Vista Village Drive, and parking for 33 parking spaces for the commercial uses. It should be noted that the project would provide 60 spaces for the commercial uses, which meets the parking requirement of 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet for commercial. Those 60 spaces would be provided on the ground floor at this level, as well as an additional 33 spaces that would be provided in the first floor of the parking garage. Floors 2 through 5 would include all the apartment units, which would be in a tower formation in a U shape with the open side facing Main Street. On the second floor would include a gym and a pool area, amenity area, in an open format surrounded by the apartment tower. The architecture proposes a contemporary look with a mix of different materials, articulation on the building walls, and commercial ground floor suites that face the street. The applicant has a very developed presentation which will go into all of the architectural facades. This is the east facing Indiana. the north facing Vista Village. You can note that there's a area that's been excavated along the lower portion. This is because the site slopes down from Indiana toward South Santa Fe, and so there would be an area with retaining walls along Vista Village which would be sunk down below grade, and that's shown with the break here in the elevation. And finally, the west facing Santa Fe, which includes commercial suites at the bottom, the leasing space on the left side, and the residential units above. So staff's requesting the Planning Commission provide comments to the applicant related to the design of the project, and that completes my staff presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we hear from the applicant and their presentation.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Planning Commission and community members as well. My name is Jay Wentz, P.O. Box 2583, Rancho Santa Fe, California. I'm a member of Grasshopper Development, and tonight, one of my partners, Michael Yanniselli of Streetlights Residential, is here, and we're going to give you a bit of detail about the project we have planned for 100 Main Street. After more than a decade of other folks' starts and stops and failed attempts, our team is prepared to deliver a project that is, one, consistent with the stated policy goals within the general plan, is consistent with the requirements and the vision of the downtown specific plan. We are not asking for any exceptions to parking or any of the building envelope rules. Thirdly, this project will come alongside the many loyal community residents and activists who have labored for many years to create a very vibrant downtown, not only for the short term, but for the long term. Downtown centers, as you probably know, must have a proper balance of businesses and residents living in them in order to thrive for the long term. I want you to understand, this is my first opportunity to be in front of you all. The significance of this gateway site is not lost on us. We are most grateful to have the opportunity to become stewards over this property and through its development do our part to help propel the downtown of Vista into an era of long-term prosperity. Our design team includes 10 in-house architects, and they have labored tirelessly to create a mixed-use project that is not only economically viable, but incorporates some of the rich historic attributes of this great little town of Vista and the culture that it embodies. We've already begun our outreach into the community to gather input and relationships with local artists, sculptors, fabricators, so we can take their input, their designs, and some of their work product into this building and into the commercial spaces as well. Just like Streetlights Residential did with the Little Italy project, where they took the fishing history of that era and brought it into the building, the sidewalks, the fabric of the building, the sculpture, the art. Vista, as you know, is rich in history in a lot of areas, and we want this building to speak to that history. We've been working on this for several years now. We're not just here tonight, come up with a quick design, look for approval, etc. We are long-term relationship people. That's our history. We really like Vista. My family's been coming to the Moonlight Amphitheater for years. I love what's going on in the downtown from an art standpoint. And last December, the City Council voted unanimously to sell 100 Main Street to our team. I'm sure they had a lot of reasons they did that. One of the most important ones was that we had painstakingly assembled properties on East Broadway over a couple years that we sold the city in exchange for them selling us 100 Main Street. And those properties on East Broadway allow the city to have a permanent solution to the long-term parking for downtown. Now, immediately, before we would break ground on this project, there will be between 80 and 90 surface parking spaces on the site we sold to the city. And it will replace what has become a de facto dirt parking lot at 100 Main, which was never what the city wanted to have at that location. Now, there were three things that really came out of the City Council meeting, and they rang true with the City Council members, and it's something that our team is hanging on to and making sure we don't lose sight of, and I'd like you to please understand them as well. The first one is activation. The site needs to be activated to fulfill the goals that the city has stated for the downtown. And when you have residents with real jobs living in that location, they will be pouring out into the downtown every single day, helping businesses flourish, not only in the downtown, but across in the Vista Village Center and in what is truly becoming an up-and-coming area on Paseo Santa Fe. So activation is important, and that's what this development will do. Number two, the art, and I've addressed this a little bit. The richness of the culture of art here and the varied and eclectic nature of the artists, etc., this building will incorporate that. And when people first see this building, it won't be an ordinary building. You'll see when Michael shows you some of the slides in a moment, and the facade and the building materials that draw from the architecture of downtown Vista that exists already. People will immediately see this building as something special and that speaks to the art of downtown. The third item, following activation and art, is connectivity. It's very important that this building, on Main Street especially, is pedestrian friendly, that we have piazzas on the corner of South Santa Fe and on Indiana, so that people who meander from downtown Vista along the pedestrian-friendly walkway in front of this building can stop, they can eat, they can stop and talk in the seats that are provided, and they can meander across to the commercial center at Vista Village, or they can go down Paseo Santa Fe. So this building has to accomplish a lot of things. It's not just a structure by itself with a moat around it. It's going to interact with the community and do that in a very special way. So tonight, I know it's input. We look forward to it, and we expect that a project of this importance will have a lot of community input and a lot of community sentiment. And we look forward to that, and we look forward to the comments, and we look forward to hopefully getting this thing done, because it's been a long time coming. So thank you. Michael?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. We are certainly honored to be here tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure working with the city staff up to this point. We have had dozens of meetings, and and we've spent an awful lot of time trying to understand what the objectives, what the specific plan and the objectives of the redevelopment of this specific site are. And I think we're definitely excited about our proposal, and I'm certainly looking forward to your feedback.
Name and address, please.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. Michael Iannicelli with Streetlights Residential at 12520 High Bluff Drive, Suite 390 in San Diego. Streetlights Residential, I'll just start by introducing our company. We're a design-based development company. We focus on design for every specific site that we look at. We're based in Texas. We have a national footprint. We have offices and 2 offices on the East Coast. Most of our offices are in Texas, Houston, Dallas, and Austin. And then we have an office here in Southern California. Our corporate staff, we have 11 architects. Unlike most development companies, we have on-staff architects. So we provide a lot of the design, some of what you're going to see today, in-house. We always go and find other architects to pitch in, and then we hire local architects to work through our documents. But most of our initial design efforts are in-house and internal. And so with those 11 architects and 7 other design professionals, we make a lot of progress on design, and we're able to put an awful lot of consideration into these projects, the way they look, the way they lay out, how the parking works. And those are things that are very important to us. Our local team here in San Diego is made up of folks from North County, from Del Mar, from Cardiff, Encinitas, Vista, and we have about 8 people here based in the High Bluff office. And furthermore, once we get involved into the actual design, we'll hire local consultants. We've already got local consultants working on this project, from the architects to the engineers to the environmental consultants and whatnot. We always embrace the community. We we try to find our fit with the context of the site, the context of the community, and 100% of the time we invite the community to be a part of our development in some format, and I can start to talk about that. Our company has developed, or our team, I should say, has developed numerous similar and successful projects. We've been invited back to areas where we've worked and where we've developed before. A couple of examples I want to point out. We have a long history of working with local artisans and local fabricators for our projects. One that we completed recently in Little Italy, we did an RFP for an artist who could really depict the history of Little Italy and what it was. And it was the history, it was the Italian settlers who were all fishermen, tuna fishermen, and it was their families, and it was the wives who worked in the wives and children who worked in the canneries, and the men who went out on the boats. And we had an artist depict this whole history with about a dozen paintings, and those paintings were then we had paintings on the building and murals. We had paintings and a teaching tablet along the sidewalk. The actual original paintings now live in an art gallery inside the building. And it was something that was a really positive experience for us in interacting with the community. It also let other artists come, including a sculptural artist, help with a sculpture we did in a public area. On the right-hand side is another project that our team built very recently. It just finished leasing up. It's in Bankers Hill, where we hired a local artisan and fabricator to manufacture the metal that you see there on the sign and the lights and the storefronts. Those are all handmade in his factory, rolled steel. He inset the glass, he put them on a truck and installed them here on our site. This is kind of a close-up picture. If you back up, you can see the whole site has storefront that was made by the same gentleman. And then it flows into the interior design. That light fixture element that's holding the sign actually goes all the way back into the other side of the development. So It's used indoors to create different spaces, and it was a very positive way to get, again, some of the local artisans who really understand the history of the site, the history of the area, the culture and the heritage that's happened there, to be involved and invite them into our design. When we look at a site, by the way, this was the first sketch of this site that Vince Hunter, who's sitting in the audience, did. I think as he was on the plane on the way here for one of the first meetings after we had worked through our internal site plans, but this was his original kind of sketch and inspiration. But it's exciting to see, when we look at these sites, we look at the context, and it's exciting to see what's been done here over the recent years. There's a tremendous and successful movement in urbanization here in Vista. It's evidenced by, you have culture on every corner. It's expressed through art, sculpture, plantings. The landscape palette is very evident that there's a huge amount of culture that this community really embraces. The recent streetscape and infrastructure improvements along Santa Fe have really promoted walkability and gotten people out on the street, and we think that that's an incredible job by the city to allow that to happen, especially after the death of the redevelopment agencies. Those types of things are hard to find now. So, that's a huge victory for this city, and we think it's a very inspirational to see that and to come in and try to build on it. With the Sprinter line, there's certainly mass transportation. It's catty-corner to this site. It really serves the downtown well. A lot of the restaurants and retail are served well by the Sprinter line. But also the influx of restaurants, microbrews. There's a handful of new restaurants that are coming online. I've heard some people talk tonight about vacancy in restaurants, and the fact is that a lot more restaurants are starting to come into town, and the reason is because of the urbanization. They want to be exposed to the culture. They want to be a part of the walkability. Those are the things that all really work well for businesses. And urbanism succeeds when commerce and culture and lifestyle, life all blend together, and that's when urbanism really works. That's what you get from, that's what happened in Europe a long time ago, and that's what happens in really successful examples of urbanism, and that's what's happening right now in downtown Vista. It's an amazing thing, and that's what we're all seeing, and that's where people want to live. And so when we look at a site, we take in account how the site works, how people interact with it, and where the opportunities on the site are. To start out with our site, this is a site plan that you would have seen. Vista Village is on the top of the screen, and Main Street's on the bottom of the screen. The first thing that we look at is Vista Village Drive. It's very high traffic. It's a pretty harsh environment. I saw a recent count that said about 40,000 cars a day. So when we do that, we see that we have a 30-foot landscape buffer. It's already existing, but there's a walking path there. And so the objective is to, we want to re-landscape that with trees, keep the existing trees that are healthy and going to survive, but add more trees, big trees. We tend to put in extra mature trees into our projects so that they have a better chance of growing, but also lower shrubbery, lots of layers, and a meandering walking path so that we can soften that harsh traffic experience. And then instead of putting retail on Vista Village, which may make sense because there's so much traffic and so much visibility, we've actually put townhomes there because townhomes have a stoop, and there's a front stoop that has a little fence and a gate, and it actually helps soften the facade and create some other landscape opportunities, and it gets people in front of there, and there's enough of a setback where we felt really comfortable doing that. On the bottom of your screen, on the two corners of Main Street, we've added open plazas. And the idea of carving out the retail there and creating extra space on the corners is to really, it's to create open space. People are attracted to open space. It helps. It creates an art opportunity. It creates a seating opportunity. It creates a gathering opportunity. And where other people are, people want to go to. People are attracted to people. And so our objective is to get as many people as we can on walking up and down Main Street to support that retail. But it also creates connectivity to what's happening below it and what's happening to both up and down both sides of Main Street. Sorry, let me figure out where I am. Oh yeah, and then on Main Street, we call Main Street highly walkable, human scale retail, and by human scale, we have that's where we want our lifestyle. That's where we want people walking up and down. We have a one-story volume. The building's actually set back on the top so that we can help preserve the rhythm of the one-story massing. But with lifestyle retail, we can get, it's not necessarily food and beverage, but it could be art galleries, it could be specialty shops, it could be neighborhood service retail. We are programming it for food and beverage with ventilation and grease traps built into our design already. We've already run the shafts and the plumbing down to the below into the garage and above into the roof. So we're fully equipped for that. And then we have circulation, and circulation happens. We don't want circulation in front of the site, in front of the homes. We don't want it in front of the retail. We want it to be concealed so that it's safe, it's covered, it's well lit, and it makes sense for people to turn in, park, come out and enjoy the retail. This will be dedicated to the retail use. And then on the high visibility corner and the high traffic corner, we have our residential lobby, which is something that we depend on. We depend on a lot of visibility for our residential lobby. We have to, people live in apartments for 12 to 18 months, and then they move out, and we have to release it. So getting that retail lobby is kind of like a retail business. I mean, that residential lobby is kind of like a retail business where we need to get people in and out of there, or get at least people to see it, so it needs to make sense on where it is. We thought that was a good location where it doesn't take the lifestyle location away from the project, but it does create a good business solution. And then, of course, we look at massing, and we really look at this also in conjunction with everything we just looked at. But the importance of massing and the step backs is critical for us. We want to, on having a walkable site, part of what Streetlights has actually got its name because we want to embrace the street. We want the street to be our friend on the projects that we work on, and that's why we name the company Streetlights. We take a huge effort to make these projects be human scale so that when someone's walking around the project in front of the retail, they can feel comfortable. They don't feel like the building's going to swallow them. They can understand how to interact with it. They can understand how to get in and out of it. But there's a scale there that makes sense. And it goes back to some really old design philosophies, but it's something that over the years we've learned has been a very successful thing if we try to really focus on it and do it correctly. It promotes the rhythm also with the existing retail. There's the retail just where Mother Earth is about 25 feet tall. There's some one-story buildings around us. There's 3- and 4-story buildings up and down Santa Fe. But having those step backs all the way around the site help really the eye read down the street. It also helps us activate the corners, and it provides great art opportunities for us. Our site plan is based, this is the first level where you see the retail along Main Street. One thing I wanted to mention here of the site, including the front yard setback, all the plazas, and some of the other open space where we're set back on Indiana, there's about 25,000 square feet of open space here on this site to provide landscape opportunities. On the site plan, we have, again, I mentioned the retail along Main Street in the green. But you can see how the parking works, and there are 33 parking spaces for the retail. Once someone parks, they would be able to either walk out to the sidewalk or walk through that little passageway which will be open air above as well. So it'll be an open air passageway that will get you back to the parking or back out to the retail. On the corner of the site, we have our leasing office and some amenity space that will be where residents get mail. And then we have these townhomes. These townhomes will be parked underground, and then people will come up an elevator core, which is right here in pink, and then go down a corridor and get into their units. When they leave to go walk, they can just walk out the front and lock the door and go over to Mother Earth or go over to the train station or go down to the movie theater or whatever they want to do. On the units above, we have a very efficient building. It's a double-loaded building. It provides a great amount of open space that'll be private to the residents. Every single one of these units will have a balcony, but importantly, there's a lot of articulation in the building facade. We have between a 10 and 15 foot step back here from the retail. We have a step back here from what's below. We carved out the building above here so that we can provide some planning opportunities above. Again, there's some articulation on the side so that the massing is never up all the way up and down a street or a property line. The mixture of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units. There's about 17 studios, 63 1 bedrooms, and 46, whatever the math is there, 46 2 bedrooms, which is a unit mix that we're extremely comfortable with. And then underground, we're parked. There's a ramp that when you pull into the site here, you go down this, you turn in and you go down this ramp that goes down right there. And it'll get you down into this parking. The bottom of the ramp is here, and then you can circulate and find your spot. We have the way we look at parking is we typically park more than what's required by any of the codes. Our internal parking requirement is much. It just turns out to be much higher than the codes. We have in this project 172 bedrooms in the property, and we have about 205 spaces allocated to the apartments. And so in excess, we have about 35 spaces more than we have bedrooms, which is typically something that we don't see that much. We're parked above the mixed. Remind me what code we're parking to. I got confused earlier. There's the mixed use code and there's a specific plan code. We're at specific plan, right? The specific plan code. And on the elevation, this is an elevation of the building, a rendering of the building, I should say. And you can see this corner of Main and Santa Fe. You can see how the public plaza works. There's some umbrellas and tables. And we'll have more renderings as time goes by. And there will obviously be more trees than you see here. But it's the materials in the building. We're going to have, honest colors. We're going to have a lot of the native, a lot of the stucco colors will be of the native stone. The brown colors you see over here will be an exposed wood, or that's what it'll be made to look like. It'll be some kind of a board siding so that it'll look like wood. We do intend to have some fabricated storefronts by local fabricators. We're identifying those folks now. The retail, there's the massing on the corner, and then there's the massing on this corner, but there's a big gap so that we have a lot of good sunlight access to Main Street. There's not a lot of height overpowering the middle of the street. And we have a lot of soft plantings up here. Just up here, we're going to look at plant materials. So besides the native kind of stone color and the stucco and the wood, exposed wood and steel that you would tend to see on from the cultural palette of Vista. We're going to pay homage to what Vista really is and what it was and what made it, which is the agricultural presence. So we want to do a couple, an orange tree or citrus tree grove up here that'll be in pots on a drip system. The citrus trees will do really well, and it'll kind of help this building just really fit into the context of what's happening in this neighborhood. Once we do identify artists and sculptors for the property, you'll see different art and sculptures pop up here. Typically, we don't put those on the early renderings because we don't know what they look like. We are, however, committing to do those. That's not just something that we're talking about. We're going to do it. We've got budget for it, and we've already started our outreach to find those folks. Another nighttime rendering, you kind of see some different scale, and this is not our most current. This is actually an old rendering, but we liked the way that it looked kind of at night. This one does show like an art opportunity here on the corner. Excuse me. So we've already talked about this. I kind of jumped ahead in the presentation, but native color palette, honest materials, wood, stucco, metals. We're going to borrow from the agricultural history of Vista to kind of find some opportunities for fruit trees and other types of agricultural nods. And we'll use, for the most part, in the open landscape areas, definitely be using drought-tolerant vegetation. We can go through the rest of these. There's not a ton of detail to look at. At this point, we have finally satisfied ourselves on the units, and so where you see these window locations and where you see the entrances and how the site kind of the preliminary civil and grading stuff is pretty final. But we're we know our material palettes for the most part, so you're not going to see these change that much, except you'll see better representations of what the colors are. These kind of came out a little yellow. So our building height is right at 60 feet. We're at 60 feet. We're not asking for a variance on height. We're not asking for a variance on anything. Our setbacks are our height, our setbacks, our parking, and most of those measurable things we fit well with inside the box that is dictated by the specific plan. And we're really excited. We're really looking forward to hearing your input. We think that the project will be a tremendous value add to the neighborhood. And again, we're here to do the right thing, work with the community and involve the community, and see how we get there. Thank you very much for your time. You want me to stay up here?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just stay here.
Yeah, we'll have questions, and that way I'm not sure who they're going to be aimed at. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Garrettson?
You really got my attention when you started talking about history and culture and connectivity, lifestyle, and gathering opportunity. I'm really impressed with that. I would challenge you to look at the park across the street and see what you can do to help the city, the Seroptimus Park. Be a great place for statue of American Indians or our agricultural history.
Sure thing.
Because it would be an extension of our Veterans Park, and it's a passive park now, but I think there's a potential at least to add a lot in working with our local arts foundation too. Just a general comment.
Commissioner Rossler?
Explain the access to the townhouses to me again.
Sure. Yeah, I will get back to. So the townhouses are going to go pull. The user will arrive at the site. let's say they arrive by car, they're going to pull in to the driveway and go down a ramp to the underground parking.
Right.
They're going to go in and pull into their parking space right here. They're going to walk over to this elevator and go up the elevator one floor. And they're going to get out of the elevator right here and go through a corridor. You can't tell this is a corridor, but there's a corridor right here. And then they'll walk into their door.
Okay, all right. Because on the next page on A06, it looks like there's a corridor that goes down there.
So I'm not sure what page which you're on. I might not have A06.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the corridor. So you can see the corridor. You come up that elevator, and then you walk over to a corridor, and it runs to the back of the townhomes.
Okay, but that's going to come in like on the second floor of the townhouse, won't it?
No, that'll come in on the ground level of the townhome.
Okay.
Wait. Or is it second level in some cases? Second level. It's 1.5, yeah. So it's 1.5 and then... Sorry, sir.
Okay.
You are correct.
All right.
It comes in on the second level, and then you walk downstairs. And so there's going to be bedrooms downstairs, and then the living area.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
So,
good.
Thank you. You just...
No, I just wanted to understand the plan. So thank you.
Commissioner Jackal?
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. Overall, I like the idea. Are the townhouses rental or owned?
They're all... Everything is rental. There's nothing owned on here. We don't build condos or sell.
This is just my curiosity. On page A07, you have some units that are B06 and some that are BI6, and what's the difference?
Okay, so the B stands for two-bedroom, the IC stands for inside corner, and the OC stands for outside corner.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's an internal way of labeling. The S is studio, and the A is a one-bedroom. So.
Okay. Let's see. Are there any amenities other than the pool?
Yes, there's a pool right here next to the pool. There's a fitness center and a kind of a club room opportunity, so it'll be an indoor-outdoor area for other activities. We haven't fully programmed it yet, but it'll be and then there's a pool up here, and then there'll be in front of the pool where the citrus groves are. There's going to be a park, kind of benches, places to sit, gather, hang out, have a glass of whatever it is that you want to have a glass of, and read a book or whatever. But yeah, those are our amenities: pool deck, kind of a park, club room, fitness room, and then downstairs in the leasing office we have other types of amenities. Sometimes we do a conference, an area where someone can have a business meeting, or areas where there's a library or a place to kind of work, read, meet someone, that sort of thing.
So you're not expecting there to be children then?
We certainly would have children opportunities. Children love pools. We would not put a playground in, though. We've done that in a lot of our properties previously, and playgrounds don't tend to get used. They get used for the first week, and then kids kind of get sick of them and end up climbing on benches and doing other things. So we have areas where kids can be and kids can hang out and kids can play. Certainly are family friendly, and we're also pet friendly. But we in the project on something this size, we wouldn't have like a tot lot perhaps or per se.
Okay. I am hoping that you're planting street trees on all four sides.
It's not rendered well. I apologize for that. We will get that, and it will be street trees, and we also tend to buy, we do buy over mature trees. So, the bigger balls to start the life so that it looks like they weren't just planted yesterday. We like to have them look mature from the beginning.
Okay, then my one last thing, well, actually two things. I understand that 60 feet is per the zoning.
Right.
I would like to see, maybe when you come back, some drawings showing the project in true height relationship with the other Main Street street buildings and the buildings on Paseo Point. The aerial view that you show kind of foreshortens things, so I'd
Okay.
love to see those.
Sure,
Actual.
that would be a good exercise. We will.
And my final thing is, this is a really important corner in downtown Vista, and I wish very much that your building had some element that celebrated the fact that it's on that really important corner. You don't have the height available to go up with a tower thing, but there must be something that would say this is an important corner.
We will certainly think through that and come up with something. The things that we have done in the past are, it's a gateway site for sure, and to celebrate it on the high visibility corner somehow, or on the main retail corner, one of the main retail corners, is something that we want to do. So we will come back with a couple ideas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rossler?
One of my concerns when I reviewed the plan was on-street parking in front of the commercial. I've always been told that one of the key factors in making ground floor commercial work in a mixed-use project is having parking in front of it. And the plan right now maybe provides 4, and then we've got an island, and then we've got a right turn lane, and then we've got a huge radius going around the corner. And I think that's all too much. And I know you're going to have to work with city staff because that's what the improvement plans call for right now. But I would prefer to see that entire stretch available for parking. I'd like to see a shorter radius, dual ped ramps at the corner, and I think that would help make it much more pedestrian oriented than providing a 4-space right turn pocket. I understand the design speed for a 35-foot radius is more than 35 miles an hour, so I don't see people needing to drive that fast coming out of Main Street. So I'd like you to look at that frontage and those issues with the curb returns on those streets.
Will do. Thank you.
Does the elevator go all the way to the top?
Yes. Yeah, every floor is accessed by the elevator. Yeah, so there's stairs, of course, for fire exit reasons. And some people will use the stairs. Some people who are active, maybe who are going out for a jog or don't want to wait on an elevator, but for the most part, people will use the elevators as a daily. One of the benefits to a design like this is that there's a security gate, and underground parking is typically behind a secure gate. It's well lit, and you go up an elevator to the floor that you live on and into your unit, so you're never walking out in the public. And specifically, people who come home late at night, females, and other people who just want that sense of security really like buildings like this because it does provide that. But yes, it all kind of works together. You park down. In some cases, someone who lives on the 4th floor would park on 2 levels underground, so it's not realistic for them to walk up 6 levels of stairs, so they just hit the elevator and get up to their unit pretty quickly.
Is there in the parking structure spaces for people are moving in so that the van and truck can park there? And
Yes, we have a couple opportunities for move-ins. We've actually voided out a couple spaces right here.
Mhm.
And This height will allow a pretty tall truck to move in and park here and roll stuff over to the elevator. This elevator actually opens up back towards the parking lot, so you don't have to go into the leasing office to get into it. And so that will be our move-in and loading elevator, because, again, that move-in, move-out thing happens pretty frequently at the apartments, and so we want to facilitate it. We do manage move-ins pretty well. You got to figure that part of this business out when you build apartments, and so we accommodate move-ins and manage move-ins. We manage times. People are given a window of time where they can move in before the next person comes. They're not, we tell them they're not allowed to park on the street unless there's a loading zone and it's certain hours. So, but yes, there is a dedicated load-in area right here that will manage a truck.
Ever think about a restaurant on the top?
On the top, we have thought about it. Restaurants are pretty tough to do on the top. There becomes a public and private interaction liability, and there's also, with restaurants, typically a much higher exiting requirement, and what you end up doing is dropping 3 or 4 more staircases into something like this where you already have one here, but you'll have to have several more. It's a very difficult thing to do. We a lot of times do put common areas up on top for our tenants so that they can enjoy the top, but no, on most projects, most of the projects we do are a mix of uses, whether it's office or retail, and typically we try to contain the uses and keep them as separate as we can.
Okay. Mr. Connolly, how many stories is City Hall?
3 stories.
And Paseo Point?
4 stories.
I noticed some of the doors on the apartments look like they were opening out towards the patios. I wondered if they could be sliders or opening in so that the use of the patio would be more useful to the residents.
So it's a good comment. I love that comment. And we do have a response to that. You are correct. You saw them open out. 2 things. We design our patios. Our balconies aren't normal size. We can always fit, after the door swing, a table and chair, 4-top table and chair out there. When you open doors in, you get a moisture intrusion issue because the wind blows against the door and it opens the seal, and then water can get in, moisture can get in, and over a long period of time it can cause issues. If they open out, the wind would just compress that seal. And so we prefer to open them out. And it also really helps you furnish. In an apartment, you don't have much room inside. And if you just leave the door open, or if it opens inside, it compromises your furniture layout. So we like to open them out. We've certainly thought about it. And on certain units, we'd love to show you our balcony sizes, just so we can show you that we have really thought through all that, and we'll be prepared.
Sliders aren't?
There's more of a quality perception with sliders. We've used them before. Our doors, all of our interior doors are 8-foot doors instead of 6'8", and so typically, when you get a slider that tall, it becomes pretty heavy and really expensive, or it's on the other side. It's either really expensive or really breaks a lot. So.
Okay. And the pool is on top of the roof of the parking structure. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, the pool, again, another very intuitive question. So the pool is back on the back part of the deck here, which is not the most ideal place for the pool. The reason it's back there is because the pool cavity underneath it drops the ceiling height. And so we wanted that under the parking area instead of over the retail, so it would drop the retail height. So we tried to preserve the height of the retail by moving the pool back, and that's why it's back here. But we've done sun studies, and it gets plenty of sun.
And any other questions, commissioners? If not, I'll go to the public. Nope. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first speaker this evening is Gabriel, and I don't want to butcher your last name. Nope. Bert Shansing. Brett.
Thank you. It was
Sorry.
Brett Schanzenbach from the Vista Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. That's okay. I've been called worse. We're very excited about this project, and I am here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce today. We're excited. We've met with Mr. Wentz probably half a dozen times over the last 2.5 years in discussion of this project, and with some of the other team also in the more recent time frame. This is an exciting project. Not only did they figure out a way to preserve 95 parking spaces in downtown in designing and putting this deal together, but they figured out a project that can park itself completely under the guidelines that the city has and still pencil out with both retail and residential. I've been involved in that spot for a long time. This is the third official development I've seen come, and this is by far the most exciting. I think they have already looked at the importance of that site, and they've talked about, they're already connected to the Vista Art Foundation. They've talked to artists that are sitting here in this room tonight about developments that they want to have these guys get involved in and do because they feel so important about this site. They've looked at parking. I mean, they're the first ones to come in and say, we can self-park this whole thing. I mean, I know a lot of you were involved in G8, and some of you maybe were here long enough to hear about Pelican, but these guys have figured out parking. It's exciting. I mean, obviously they're not miracle workers. They can't create more parking spaces on Main Street where they don't exist, but they've self-parked this project. We're very thrilled to hear, you see the piazzas and the design elements. This is really exciting. We look forward to what comes out after the design review. They're coming to our government affairs in October, and our board is looking forward to taking an official position. But we're thrilled with what they've done. We're thrilled with how they've engaged with the community and the function, the design, everything. We're very pleased. Thank you.
My apologies for butchering your name, Brett. Tom Fleming, followed by David Gordon.
Tom Fleming, I'm a Vista resident. If you look at my slip there, it says I'm opposed to it, but after listening to the presentation and seeing the layout of it, I was concerned about this giant 5-story block sitting on that corner, towering over where the Chamber of Commerce single-story building is. That had me real concerned. But as I look at it, you've done an excellent job of your setbacks so that it's not a block. I'm impressed with it. And the parking, I'm amazed that they were able to get the parking in their deal. The one thing I do have a concern about, and I don't know how you remedy this at all, is the traffic. It's going to add a lot more traffic to that corner, and we all know that when that train goes through, you've got a mess there. So, but I have no idea what the solution to that would be, but thank you.
Thank you very much. And let the record show when I called Gabriel, can't pronounce the last name, but it begins with the P, that he said that he was in favor of the project. David Gordon, followed by Catherine Good. Nope. David Gordon marked that he is in opposition, and Catherine Good didn't mark either one. Terry Collins, followed by Jake Miller. Hey, we got one.
Hello again, Terry Collins, 1504 Green Oak Road, Vista Community Advocate. Talked to many, many parents, lots of people here, artists. It's not your fault. Your design is absolutely beautiful. It's the city's fault for having a general plan that puts a 60-foot tall, 5-story building on the corner of our cute little Main Street. So it's not your fault. So what can we say? What can we do? We can't do anything about it. We've learned here earlier tonight. We just have to live with it. So my suggestions are a setback along Main Street, so there is diagonal parking. Because the beautiful trees with the large setbacks along Vista Village, which is it's our freeway. So it'd be fantastic if there was a setback on Main Street. I go to downtown 2 times, 3 times a weekend, visit with my family and friends, tell everyone to come here. It's a great tourist attraction. It's a quaint area. So I think a setback there with tables and chairs along Main Street rather than the corner, because the corner of Santa Fe is also our other freeway. Is the exit onto Main Street when you come into this property? That's really crazy, and will surely be accidents there. So hopefully our fire and police will be able to get to those accidents and take care of everybody during traffic hours. Are there laundry facilities for the apartments, or is one of the retail spaces going to be a laundromat? Okay, fantastic. Okay. Onto Santa Fe, is there exit for retail traffic onto Santa Fe? Okay, so that's very worrisome to me, and I think that's a safety issue. Being someone who stood there, videotaped that corner many times for the Paseo Santa Fe sign, I know that traffic is really bad there, and I have a lot of parents telling me that also. I also I love the idea of the very mature trees because the property directly across the street, the Paseo Point, the plan showed very mature trees and palm trees, and we didn't get those. So I hope that you stick with your promises there. Delivery trucks. We have an issue at the Paseo Point, the Paseo property, where there is diagonal parking down there, and we have all those vacant storefronts. And I think one of the issues with all those vacant storefronts, and I've been told this by people too, is that there is no place for delivery trucks. So my concern is, where are the delivery trucks for the retail areas going to come in and deliver? At the same place with the moving trucks are? So that's just a concern there. I have a question for the city, for John Connolly, is how many stories is our courthouse? Because
the courthouse is 6 stories.
So 6 stories, that's a huge building, and this is only 1 story less. So just be aware of that, everybody. And also, what's to prevent people who are renting there from not living there and renting their spaces out like an Airbnb? That's a concern. And laundry. Did you say you will have laundry facilities in there? Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Hopefully that sticks true. I'm sorry to have a little bit of an attitude tonight. I think our last decision was shocked a lot of us. I hope that you hire a lifeguard to man the creek area, because I'm really concerned that something will happen to all the kids who are going to play in the creek if they don't get a playground or some sort of green space in the creekside property. So,
can you wrap it up?
Yes, I was just going to. I have a lot of parents who are voicing concern that our schools are overcrowded, our roads are overcrowded. Some parents, it takes an hour to get to school, drop off the kids, stand in line, get out of the parking, get back home. And so that's one of the things, again, it's not the developer's fault, it's the city's fault, because we're not fixing our roads and our traffics and our light before we take on more development. And that's what we would hope that you would do, is slow down the other projects that are coming in after this and really be concerned about your citizens that are already here by providing all these things that we need, police, fire, and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jake Miller, followed by Mike Gonzalez.
I'm Jake Miller. My office is at 410 South Santa Fe in Vista. moved here to Vista in 1964, opened my business in Vista in January of 1965. That's 50 years I've been in business in downtown Vista. And I've seen a lot of changes. And one of the ones that really got me going was the mixed-use development on South Santa Fe at 400 block. And I love mixed-use developments. I know they're a good thing. But they never, this one on South Santa Fe, never provided enough parking. All the streets around that building, side streets and everything else, is always filled up with the tenants. We have problems with getting in and out of our place because it changed South Santa Fe to 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes. So traffic moves a lot slower. And so we have looking at this plan, it's a good plan, but not for that corner, I don't think, because it also provides a lot of tenants, and they say they have the number of spaces they have for them, but like the ones across my office, there's not only one person there with a car, there's 2 people there with a car with every unit almost. So parking is a very important thing in order to be able to keep the businesses you have downtown. Now, there's businesses, if you don't allow parking, where they have to park 10 blocks away to get to downtown, like they do on your special days, they're not going to come downtown anymore. So therefore, the businesses are going to have to leave. Therefore, the tax revenue that you could get from the business is going to drop. And so that's my suggestion, that I think if you want to do something for the downtown, you need to build a parking structure, which that corner would develop itself. It might not look as nice as this deal did, but you can make a parking structure look good. And if you make a big parking structure downtown, that will benefit the businesses downtown more than anything else you can put in that corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Gonzalez, please.
I agree with Mr. Fleming. I, too, was here ready to just take a look at how the slapping a big monumental, Mike Gonzalez, 790 Cromwell Way, Vista.
Thank you so much.
Slapping a big monumental structure right on this corner, but I have to admit I was very, very impressed with the step backs and the setbacks and all that work that they did to try to minimize that massing. But I still have a couple of concerns that I wanted to raise. First, a question for the city staff. Why was the street right-of-way included in the residential dwelling calculation? The site, the actual pad itself, the Vista Downtown Specific Plan, page 8, calls out 1.29 acre opportunity parcel, which to me lends itself to some design flexibility on that corner. So I'm wondering why the additional street right-of-way was included in calculating residential density for the site. And then on page 10 of the specific plan, it says that that the specific plan allows the land use to be customized to help shape the area's character. Downtown Vista should be imaginative, eclectic, inclusive place, in which it is. And the downtown is definitely turning in that direction. And I think this project will go a long way towards helping that. But I do have some concerns about the lack of integrating more of the historic features of our city into the design of the project. Respectfully, sir, I do disagree with your comment. I think the project is way too modern. I don't think they really incorporated a lot of the historic features, such as maybe a little bit of the Avo Theater fenestration, or maybe even some Adobe, features, just something to bring more of the historic features of Vista into the project. It's really modernized. So that's something that I have a big concern over. And my biggest concern is the scale of the project. I think they've done a great job, like I said, on the architecture, but I think it's too tall. The 60-foot we have in the specific plan states that we should seek out, in page 46, under urban design principles, seek out the unique features of Vista that have existed since the founding of the area. And that means bringing in several historic buildings, taking a look at like the First National Bank building down the street, incorporate some of those features. And one of the really interesting things about the specific plan on page 43 states that corner buildings, due to their high visibility, should anchor the district. And even the San Diego Union Tribune called this site a centerpiece site. And so I think there should be more done to bring more of the Vista character into the project. Like I said, it just seems way too modern to me. And then they nailed it, like I said, on the step back thing. I think they did a great job on that. But I think, again, they need to provide landmark features such as towers, primary entries. Page 25 gives some really good guidance about that from the specific plan. And I think there should be more blending done to bring, like I think the project should be dropped down to 45 feet to match the height requirement of the historic district, which is adjacent to, for shading reasons and for other reasons as well. Even the page 53 of the specific plan mentions low-scale, pedestrian-friendly urban environment. Its design charm stems from its traditional architecture, ample sidewalks, low-scale signage, public art sculptures. Now, they do have a lot of that in there, but I think the low scale is the part that I'm really focused on, that I think needs to be incorporated in here. And then finally, I think it'd be important for the city to make sure that the developer implements the intersection improvements that were identified. And I think, oh no, this is an appendix to the specific plan. It's called the Vista Village Drive and North and South Santa Fe intersection concept. And so what it does is it tries to incorporate design features into the actual intersection itself to encourage that proximity to the transit center nearby. So those are my comments.
Thank you so much, sir. Steve Hayes, followed by Carol Jeffries.
Yes, Steve Hayes, live at 1821 Alta Vista Drive for 20 years. And, the project actually sounds great. It looks like you've done everything, to handle traffic. And parking is what I really meant to say. What I haven't done is traffic. And I'd like to give you a couple of scenarios to think about. I was recently in Coronado, and if you're familiar with that, it's like Vista. They're very street deprived as far as major thoroughfares. And I was in a residential area of Orange Avenue, which is the main street there through town. And this was an area where there's basically single-family homes. The apartments in that area were 2 stories high, no commercial, but even the little side streets that are residential need traffic lights to get onto Orange. And I was at one of those intersections where one car was all that was able to turn right onto Orange the whole time, into the whole light cycle. And basically because pedestrians, and that's what I think the question is really that we've got here too. There's 4 or 5 pedestrians coming one way and 4 or 5 the other way, and by the time these people got across, the light had turned yellow, one car went through. And that's what I see with the intersection that we've got just north of here. Another, closer to home example, I dropped someone off at the transit station the other day. They have a monthly pass, so they didn't need to stop and get a ticket. And I left them off in the parking lot of the Starbucks. So they just basically needed to cross the street. And we thought we had plenty of time, left them off 7 minutes before the sprinter left. And 7 minutes was not enough time to cross the street. So if you're really looking at a project like this, and I really applaud it, I think you have to look at that. You've just completed 2 major projects there, one north and one south. All those people, when those are filled up are going to be using that transit station. That's the hope. It's smart to build next to transit. Unfortunately, it seems like we're just picking out one transit stop to do all the building, and that's what I don't know that you can overcome here. So basically, it's really, rather than down the road, this is the time to look at it and say, what are you going to do? Is it going to be pedestrian bridges? What's going to make this work there? Because getting through the intersection it doesn't work already. And once the two projects are fully populated and the new one comes online, the third one tonight and this, it's really going to make it difficult to really get around for the people as well as cars.
Thank you very much. Carol Jeffries, followed by Cliff Kaiser.
Hi. This has been a very discouraging night. I feel like we're just talking.
Name and address and a little bit more forward on the mic.
I'm Carol Jeffries. I'm at 2465 Alta Vista Drive.
Thank you.
And I feel like you're nice building, cute idea. Be great in downtown Rancho Santa Fe. You guys could all move in there. But again, it's like this lady said, the city has made some rash decisions and made some decisions very quickly at Christmas time when everybody's not looking to sell property that is right in the middle of our downtown. Thinking about building underground parking in a floodplain at the intersection that is obviously the most busy in town, that everybody in Fallbrook and Bonsall and Temecula use to cut through to get home. It's not just Vista people that use that intersection so heavily. If you really want to do justice to Vista, you will walk away and let us build a plaza there, a town center for us, so that we can have our Christmas celebrations, which we used to have in a parking lot, and now we don't even have that parking lot to do that anymore. I've lost a lot of sleep over this. I don't think it's fair for a few people to make this decision for everybody in the city. It's a very vital spot, and it is a gateway to our downtown and through our city. And to have some anonymous building that could be plopped down in any town right there is very heartbreaking. And I'm sorry that I'm falling apart, but it's been a long night, and I got to get home to my kids.
Thank you. Cliff Kaiser, followed by Zach Wonderzel.
Thank you, Commissioners. A couple of points. I appreciate the prior comments. This is an iconic location in downtown Vista. And as long as Brett Schatzenbach with the Chamber has been watching this and hoping and praying that something great would come, I have been there as well with him and with the Downtown Association, the VVVA. I'm here talking on behalf of myself, but I'm very excited about this project and what we've seen here today. Let me tell you two stories. One is my daughter's visiting from Louisiana, which is completely flat, and she's here out in Vista. And we decided to go for a run on the beach at Oceanside. And when I was down in Oceanside, I was just so lustful, if you could, about the beautiful high-rise apartments and condos looking out over the horizon. It was just a beautiful place to be. Their downtown is really coming together. And I said, that's what we really need here in Vista. We need something that rises above the rest of the area to be able to see everything that's around us. And I would encourage the developer to consider that common area on the roof. Actually, I would encourage them to put a restaurant on the roof, but certainly a common area on the roof. Perhaps the commercial businesses on the could use that for entertaining from time to time, to see what's out there. The other story I'll share with you, which Mr. Garrickson and I have talked about from time to time, is I'm a submariner in a previous life. And in the submarine world, you raise your periscope occasionally because you never want to be seen or heard or found. But the way you tell how far the target ship is away is by how far your periscope is above the surface of the water. So right here in downtown Vista, we're averaging about 340 feet sea level elevation. Add another 60 feet, you get about 400 feet. That gives you about 23 miles of visibility. So can you imagine the view that you would have on the roof? And certainly the apartments on the 5th floor or the 4th floor when the coast is only 8 miles away. Mm-hmm. And if you haven't had the opportunity, I would encourage you to bug Children's Paradise that has a second-story little deck area on their building at the Ronconi, the old bank building, and you can see, even at 2 stories, that the view is spectacular. So this is going to be a real gem. It's going to be the crowning jewel of downtown Vista, and I encourage you to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Zach, followed by Don. Is it Vanderzell?
Yeah, it's Vanderzell. Thank you. Don is my father. He actually took off. Thank you for having me this evening. I'd like to speak out here. I'm a recent college graduate, and I kind of notice I'm one of the younger individuals here because I actually do care about my community. This is a beautiful building. I love the presentation that you guys gave, but I agree with a lot of the other folks that the scale of this project is much too large. There is a maximum allotment of 60 feet high that I've seen tonight, and I believe that it's just too big. I feel like our San Diego, Vista in general, is just turning into another Los Angeles. And I personally don't want to see that happen. I don't like the hustle bustle. I like the quaint, tight-knit community that we share as Vistans. We love coming to our small area. We don't like the overpopulation, and just adding 200 plus more residents with that many more cars. I understand there's parking, but where the heck are they going to get out on a normal day of work? It's going to take them an hour just to get out of the building, coming one by one. I don't see it plausible. It looks, and everything that you said is a great plan for it. I love, the townhomes on top of the retail businesses because they've done that in Carlsbad and it's worked out great for them. But we already discussed earlier tonight that we are adding 40 more apartments just across this downtown area. Why do we need to have another massive apartment structure in downtown? That, I feel like we need to take it much, much slower. I love the development, but it's been said tonight, we're moving too fast. We have all these apartment complexes, the Skies, the new ones on Paseo Santa Fe. I'm young, I work, I don't know what's going on with them, but I'm sure they're not all full. And with those going in, how are we even going to find as many families to fill these? That 5% vacancy rate, I don't believe that one bit, because that's just probably certain numbers and statistics being put together to favor an opinion. So I personally think that this would not benefit Vista at all. Maybe for businesses and stuff, but for happiness of the people who live here, it's not going to help. And I would rather take into consideration the people that have been living here for most of their lives than a new family who is coming from out of town just to live here for a few months and then move on with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let the record show that Don Vanderzell is in opposition of the project. Molly Rubinstein again, followed by Sarah Findlay. Looks like.
Sarah Findlay.
Come on up. Molly, let the record show that Molly was in opposition of this project as well. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sarah Findlay, 449 Palm Drive. I did have the intention of being really mad about your project, and I'm really not, because it was a great presentation. I do appreciate the involvement you want to have with the community and artists, and I think that goes a long way with the people here. It's one of the things I love about Vista. I grew up in Carlsbad, and I don't ever want to go back. I love it here. I am very concerned about a couple of things. They've been touched on before. The scale of the project. I don't know if the 5 stories is directly related to the return on investment, if it needs to be that large in order to make the money that it needs to make to be a profitable business, or if there is a way to scale that down a story or two to make it a little bit more connected to that Main Street area. Part of what's the charm of that area is it's not downtown San Diego and it's not Little Italy, which has all of its own charms and it's wonderful, but we're a smaller place. I love the one-story, maybe two-story storefronts that you can just kind of walk down and you know everybody's name, and that's kind of a unique, special thing about Vista that I don't want to see us lose. In reviewing the city's design guidelines, I'm wondering how exactly a 5-story, more modern apartment complex kind of fits with the character and the needs of the community, especially in that downtown area. There's not a lot we can do about the Paseo complex being as tall as it is and as big as it is and lacking parking. I do appreciate the heavy thought that went into making sure there's plenty of parking. I'm also concerned about that exit onto Santa Fe, especially during high traffic rush hour times. I think that'll be a really difficult thing to work with. I don't know how you get around it other than to maybe make Indiana an in and out. But those are the big things for me. The scale is really huge, and I'd love to see if there's a way to bring it down just a little bit. And then maybe that leaves room for additional architecture to go high that ties into the AVO and other things like that to kind of bring that architectural beauty in. But that's it.
Thank you so very much. Maureen Barak and Jane Harrington, please.
You. Maureen Barrick, 115 Main Street and 2677 Foothill in Vista. It was a nice presentation. I have just a couple concerns. Of course, the 5 stories is a little bit discerning since my business is going to look right at it and it's going to create a big shadow, but I will trust that he knows what he's doing. The parking, I'm very happy. He's planning on parking it himself. It's all going to be concise because parking is a big issue downtown. I have a wellness center right across the street, and so the new public parking that will be down at King and Queens area is not going to help people that can't walk without pain. So I had a big concern about the fact that it will park itself. So I'm at ease tonight knowing that it will park itself. As many of you know, I'm president of the Vista Art Foundation, so I'm quite happy to hear the word art, 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 art all over the place. So that's good. From a design standpoint, I have 2 words I want you all to think about. Band-Aid beige. I'm tired of Band-Aid beige buildings, especially 4-story ones. So I'm happy that this has a little more design element. I do like the modernness. I like the modern that connects. It kind of brings that eclectic vibe into downtown. And kudos to Streetlights for incorporating the art and design and acknowledging the eclectic vibe that's going on downtown Vista. And I did have a question. Are these market rate? Okay, so I'm happy about that. But when you're considering this, also consider the fact that the rest of Paseo Santa Fe, you want more affordable housing down that street. You want more high-rise. So just be cautious in the future as these projects go forward. It's not just this project that will impact traffic, schools, everything. It's all those other ones as well. And that's it. I'm happy with Mr. Wentz. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Harrington, followed by Sarah Findlay. I already got Sarah Findlay.
Hi, Jane Harrington, Madeira Drive, Vista. I appreciate everyone that got up here and spoke, especially the younger guy. He hit it right on the head with a lot of the issues. I was just staring at this picture and I was thinking, with all the other complexes, SAO and the new one and that one and now this one, these kids have to walk to school. So even if it's 200 children, that intersection it's hell to begin with. You all know that. And then add all these children that also have to walk across. I mean, if there's busing, that's good for me, but I don't even know where a bus stop would be to transport the students. The other thing is it is massive. That's huge. 5 stories is massive. Our roads are not designed to handle all these cars, pollution, traffic, congestion. Vista was a quaint town not too long ago, and slowly but surely it is turning into a city, and I get that, I get hip with the times, but one of the reasons we moved here years ago was because it was a quaint little town. And this, and don't take offense to this, that building is similar to this building in Vista. This is like, what the bananas happened here? It's a beautiful building, don't get me wrong, I love it, but it kind of stands out like a sore thumb. That would be beautiful, maybe, I don't know, on a different corner somewhere else. In my opinion, it's just too big. He even stated the traffic is crazy to begin with. You'd have to come in from this, you'd have to come in from what, you can't even, you wouldn't be able to cut across and get in the ins and outs. It just, I don't know, it's just too big in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly is Peggy Ramsing. She was here and had to leave, and she is in opposition and wants to be read. It says, I was involved in city planning so many years ago that I am embarrassed to state the dates. The project disturbs me because of the height. I remember when 4-story buildings, now next to Denny's, went up. People were horrified that the height limit ordinance was passed. This project has more stories than Paseo Santa Fe on top of 2 more stories underground. It's not a premier use that deserves the premier height. Number 2, which brings up water. A son is a...
Her son's a
hydrogeologist, and we have been following Vista Water since he was a Boy Scout. We may be in a drought, but a creek runs through it. Those are her comments. Okay, now we are at the public comments have all been made. Comments from the planning commissioners. First topic being the site plan, grading concerns, setbacks, lighting, parking, traffic, amenities, etc. Any comments? Commissioner Rossler, followed by Commissioner Garrettson.
Yeah, my comments are just about Main Street, the parking, the radiuses. They're not, in my mind, pedestrian oriented. They know radiuses need to be tighter to reduce the distance that pedestrians have to walk. They've indicated that they're going to plant more trees on Main Street. Tree canopy along there would certainly be an important part of the project. So,
Commissioner Garrettson.
I really like the balconies, the setbacks, and I'm excited about what it's going to look like from up there, as Mr. Kaiser talked about. You know, what the view is going to be from up there and how you're going to be able to use that space. As far as the architecture, I'm concerned about the delivery area, delivery trucks, where they're going to park. Obviously, they can't park on the street, so that would bother me. Kids walking to school. There's no place there for a bus to stop. So all those streets around there, I don't know if Indiana, they could stop the school bus there, but all the schools are far enough away that You know, they may need to be bused. I think there's, 2 miles or 1 mile for the school bus? But that would be a concern, because if you're trying to walk across Santa Fe or Vista Village early in the morning at the time the kids are going to school, I suspect that's going to be a major problem. And if you're coming out of that facility, you can only go right on Santa Fe, and you're never going to be able to go left on Vista Village from there. There's not enough space. So you're literally going to have to go all the way around the building and then go to the light there at Main and Santa Fe in order to go left on to Vista Village Drive. So I don't know how that's going to work. That's just going to create traffic going this way. Everybody's going to turn right, have to go all the way around the building in order to go any way but right on Santa Fe. So that would be a major concern. I'd love it if you did tie in the historical, the arts, that sort of thing. I think that's a great idea. The pool fitness area, rec area, I like those. 1,700 square feet on the gym has a lot of potential, so I like that. Are you going to charge a fee for parking? Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Looney?
Thank you. Just a couple things. It is a city landmark. It is the gateway site. I think particularly the bulk and the mass and the height of the structure is not appropriate for city of Vista, particularly on the Vista Way in the South Santa Fe. There's nothing like it, and it really doesn't lend itself to the character of downtown. I think the view from that particular intersection more into the heart of the city is being blocked by something of this size. And I think the scale could be brought down. And you did bring up the context of human scale. When you've got that high of a structure, that close to a street, there's very little human scale unless you begin to push that building back much further than what has been proposed. For staff, I'd like to see how we get 3 acres down to 1.25, particularly when we come to the density. We've lost more than half, and yet all the calculations for living units are based upon that 3 acres, when we really only have 1.5 acres of land to use. So that's all that I have.
That comment goes to one of the questions the speakers had as well. The property does include an extensive amount of right-of-way on all the street frontages that were part of the original land deal that the city made with Mr. Wentz when the DDA was approved last year. But in response to your question, the general plan calculates density for land use based on gross acreage. And the reason that decision was made at the time that we adopted the general plan update in 2012 was to provide for flexibility in sites that had large street frontages such as this and had limited site area, to provide some flexibility to increase the density where it worked on the site and they could park it. That was the premier reason for it, none other. But it does calculate into a much higher unit count on this site than you would otherwise be allowed without all of the street frontage dedication.
Commissioner Jackal?
Thank you. I, too, am concerned about the height. 5 stories seems, for downtown, really too much. And I hope that you'll find a way to reduce it. I think it will be a much more appreciated building than the 5 stories. And as far as acknowledging the corner as an element of the building, I really hope you'll find something architectural and something more than just a statue. So thank you.
Commissioner Bell, please.
Thank you. A couple of comments. I love the building overall. I don't know if I love it in Vista. I love your guys' work in Little Italy. I think what you're doing in the East Village is amazing. So kudos on that. It's great. I don't know if this building, as we see it now, fits with the surrounding area, and I think that's one of the base requirements of the City of Vista, what is this, design review, design guidelines, even outside the specific plan for downtown. So I don't have a solution for you. I don't have a better option, but just know that that's a concern. Probably along the same level as the height. I think in 5 or 10 years, there will be a real question as to whether we want to build 5 stories or want to have a 5-story building in the middle of downtown, and whether that's something just because we can do that we should do, or can allow that we should allow. I think that there's a lot of suggestions in the design guidelines about creating a center point or a point of fixation that can be seen from the surrounding area, and I don't know if a square building will do that. And again, you put a lot of effort into setbacks and design, especially on that top story, so I don't want to take away from that. I think that's really valuable, but I'm not sure it's enough. I'm not sure it's at the level of something unique enough for the spot here in downtown Vista, so I'll leave it at that.
My comment is, I think it's great. I think it's fun. I think it blazes the trail for more of the same on South Santa Fe on the west side, against that bluff as far as the heights. The speaker, Stephen Hayes, was the first to bring up about the crossing at Santa Fe and Vista Way, and I wondered if it would be appropriate, again, depending on what you actually find in your traffic study, is maybe it becomes a all stop like they do in Carlsbad, so then the pedestrians can meander all over that crazy intersection, Denver Scramble, whatever you want to call it, to get everybody to move at once, and then, with all the areas blocked. That's my only comments. Okay, Commissioners, the next one, architecture, design of the project. Will the project fit the surrounding areas, landscape concerns? I think we even hit on all that. Does anybody have anything new to add to that? Commissioner Rossler.
Yeah, when the last project came in and it had a myriad of problems, we've identified tonight that this is kind of a keystone piece of the city. It's really important that this be a home run, because it's going to set, as the chairman said, it's going to set the future. And in my personal opinion, I think you've done that. I was very pleased to see the townhouses, the retail, and then the stack flats on top of it. The one architectural concern I have is that from the site elevation, the roof line is right at 60 feet. I would prefer to see some movement in that, but you're within the design regulations. And that's the other point to the commissioners. As we had in the other discussion, we've had this discussion before on this site, decided that it should be mixed use and that the height limit was going to be 60 feet. And so I have a real hard time coming in and saying, no, you can't have the 60 feet. Maybe maybe it's a design issue, and they can move things around. But if they're within the design regulations, I have a hard time telling them no.
Okay, I don't see any more lights. Mr. Conley from the city, did you get the comments you needed? And Mr. Wen, do you need anything more from us? Either one.
Just that we're extremely grateful for the time you gave us. It's late, and we appreciate it. We understand the significance of the project, and we are going to take all of your comments into consideration.
Good, thank you. Mr. Conley?
We have everything, thank you.
Okay, all right. One last item, and it's 10 minutes to 11. No, one more. All right. Whose is this one? Mr. Conley.
Thank you.
Oh. Can we have a minute?
Sure.
Okay.
crowd out there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for all your support.
Really thank you.
Okay, Mr. Conley, we're all ready.
Thank you. This is a code amendment for large family daycare. Large family daycare homes are regulated under the California Child Daycare Facilities Act. The state law separates daycare into two categories, small and large. Small is 8 or fewer, which is generally 6 with 2 of your own children is the maximum of 8 that can be met, and that is excluded from city review. We have no discretion over those facilities. It can go in any single family zone. For large daycares, which are more than 8 up to 14, the city can review these uses and provide conditions limited to 4 specific areas: spacing and concentration, traffic control, parking, and noise control. The existing review process that we have for large family daycare, which was adopted a few years back, requires an applicant to submit an application with a fee of $165. The zoning administrator reviews the application and makes a preliminary determination regarding the application's compliance with the adopted standards I mentioned: spacing and concentration, traffic control, parking, etc. The decision is then mailed to all the property owners within 100 feet of the project site. The public, after receiving that notice, has 15 days to appeal the zoning administrator's preliminary decision. If the appeal is requested, then the public hearing is scheduled and noticed. All of the properties within 100 feet are noticed of the hearing, and an appeal hearing is held at the director level. So on these applications, the ZA is typically our city planner, Patsy, and if there's an appeal, it comes to me or the city manager, and he usually designates me to handle them. What we're proposing tonight is to eliminate the process of notifying the surrounding properties and adopt a standard set of conditions that all of these uses would have to comply with. The reason for this is that we have had problems with some of these applications where, as you might all guess, a large family daycare is proposed in a neighborhood, the neighbors are notified, everybody comes unglued. They all come down to the city expecting that we're going to be able to hold a public hearing and really make some changes or impose some conditions or even deny the use if it's going to impact them. And what they end up coming to find is that we really can't do anything. They come down, they make a big fuss, and at the end of the public hearing we say, well, the state only limits us from regulating these 4 things, and frankly we've imposed all the conditions that we can legally impose, and so all of your concerns are acknowledged, but there's nothing we can do. And so this has turned into an extremely frustrating process for both the applicants and the neighbors. And so in trying to address that, we looked at what our options are under the state law. So the state law allows us to change the review process to a more ministerial type of a process where there are defined conditions that we have to review upon their application to make sure that they meet. Those conditions are listed in the ordinance for your review. Once those conditions are met and we've made that determination, the use is approved. If the applicant wants to appeal the decision because they're unhappy with some of the standard conditions, then they can appeal it to the city and the staff can review it with the applicant. But the elimination of notifying the neighbors, although it may cause some concerns about public notification and disclosure, it eliminates a extremely frustrating process for the neighbors where they think that we actually have some authority that we do not have. So tonight the staff's recommending that we modify the code to provide for a less discretionary, more ministerial type process with defined conditions for any of these large family daycares subject to the staff's review and approval. And that completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, anybody got any questions? Nope. Yes, Commissioner Garrettson.
So if I live in a house and the neighbor next door wants to create a daycare up to 14, they can start at 6 a.m. opening and slamming doors in front of your window. They can have the kids play in the backyard, 14 of them all day long, and you can't use your backyard. And I'm not going to be noticed of that?
That's what's proposed. Right now, you're noticed. You're given an opportunity to request an appeal hearing. You can come down and be told there's nothing we can do. Or we can do what we're proposing and not notice you and have the use just show up, but the state requires that we approve it as long as they meet specific conditions, so it takes a lot of our discretion away under the current state law. But you're correct. The conditions that are included limit outdoor play between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., so there is a limit there. Requires 2 parking spaces on the street in front of the unit, so it couldn't be some long, stretchy driveway that didn't have any available parking. Requires some separation between daycare sessions, if you wanted to call them. So if they had separate sessions, they would have to have a separation so you're not having people race into the neighborhood and race out at the same time. But most of the comments and concerns we get from the neighbors are related to traffic, neighbors that speed and don't pay attention to the kids in the neighborhood, not being respectful of neighbors' privacy and quiet hours. None of those things are anything that we can control through the current process.
So the current process is that person who wants to do a daycare and have 14 kids and have those 14 kids play in the backyard all day long, making noise, there's nothing that the city or the neighbors can do to stop that.
We can regulate the time that they are allowed to use their yard through our ordinance. We've identified that. Other than that, no. They have to comply with the noise ordinance. So if a neighbor could show that the children playing in the yard exceeded the noise ordinance, allowance, we could potentially approach them and ask them to come up with a plan to regulate that. But it's extremely limited in terms of...
That's an incredible infringement on property rights.
Yes, it is.
And I know it's state, but somehow I think if people at least have an idea what's going on, I would be more upset to find out that all of a sudden on Monday this was going to happen, as opposed to at least I had a voice and I now know that there's nothing I can do. I don't know. I have a problem with it myself.
Commissioner Bell.
Do you have any estimate on the cost or hours that you guys are spending right now, as opposed to if you change this, how much you would save? Any rough idea?
The last application that we had this come up, we probably spent between Patsy and I maybe 8 to 10 hours of staff time preparing for the hearing and addressing all of the concerns and holding the hearing itself. The process as it's proposed would probably take, an hour or 2 per application.
And the process would still allow, if some issue was discovered, the kids were playing in the backyard loudly, they could go through a process and appeal the actual permit?
The neighbors could not appeal the permit. The
Okay.
appeal could only be filed by the applicant. The neighbors would have the availability of the code enforcement if there were code enforcement issues
Okay.
related to noise or parking. But we would only be able to deal with those on the basis of what's allowed by our code and what's regulated by this ordinance.
And after that, it's civil, whatever they choose to pursue on their own?
Correct. Mr. Stein.
In addition, if the city were notified that the applicant was operating in a manner contrary to our ordinance, for instance, operating outside the hours of allowed operation or operating in excess of the noise allowances and so on, in those circumstances, the city could initiate a revocation proceeding with respect to the permit.
So there is some method there to actually revoke the permit if there's something way outside the boundaries going on?
That's correct.
Okay.
But that really doesn't make any difference whether the neighbors are notified or not.
Commissioner Garrettson?
So the fact that they're making noise all day long doesn't matter unless they're exceeding a certain decibel level.
Noise is regulated on an hourly average. So you measure it over 1 hour and you come up with an average noise level. So kids could scream in the backyard for 10 minutes and not exceed the noise level because it's an hourly average. But yes, the answer to your question is that would be the only regulatory authority we would have.
So everybody would have to have a sound meter.
Or our code enforcement could go out and set up a meter and check the noise levels. That's the other option.
Commissioner Rossler.
John, how many are we talking about in a year? How many applications do you
We
get?
don't get a lot of these. I'm going to guess we probably have maybe a half dozen a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, somebody make.
So just to
Okay.
clarify, your action tonight is a recommendation to the council. So if you want to see some change or you're really concerned about some specific aspect of it, you can include that in your recommendation.
I will adopt Resolution 2016 next, recommending City Council approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 18.88 of the Development Code regarding large family daycare homes as stated with no changes. Commissioner Bell.
Second?
Commissioner Garrettson.
Can we add something that would limit? I mean, right now it's 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., right?
8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
To 6 p.m. So the kids could be out there making noise that whole time. So is there any way that we can regulate how much time they're outside to where it doesn't become an all-day thing, to where the person that's next door to the daycare can actually use their patio?
I think in practical terms that doesn't really happen. The majority of these, all the ones that I'm familiar with, they have a fair amount of time inside the house for educational activities, and they have allocated time outside the house. I don't know of any large family daycare that operates outside all day. I have never heard that as a problem.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Please vote. Let the record show that the motion passes unanimously with Commissioners Looney and Garrettson voting no. Thank you. There we go. Let's see, what do we got next on our agenda? Commission, staff discussion, council action, and reports.
I have no report tonight. Thank you.
Comments? Nothing from you. Mr. Stone? Nothing from you. Reports, comments from the commission members. I have one. I will not be at the next September 20th meeting with Breeze Hill.
We have Breeze Hill Apartments and an early design review for condominium development at Green Oak Road and Sycamore.
I think that's...
Is that right?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
We are adjourned, 11:03.